Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は、400目です。日目です。400。14? Yes, 400. Where's that? 400? Oh, no. Yeah, 400, right? Or is it 100? It's 100. Ne? No. Hold up. My eyes, yeah. 400. And said 400. Okay. Anyways, what a way to start. Okay, so it is day 400. Right, we got to 400. And it's time for another tentative take. And how we do tentative takes, let's go over the stuff. So, tentative takes. Right, so we have tentative takes. These are my attempts at review. That would be the buzzword that I'm going to use. Review. And pretty much that's as simple as it gets. Other potential things to think about is progress. Right. Maybe like advice. Not really. We'll say summary is kind of how people think about it, and retrospection. So these are the buzzwords for what tentative takes are. They're tentative because I believe in the process, not necessarily the endpoint. So these tentative takes are not the endpoint, they're subject to change, right? So as a personal addition, they are subject to change. Oh, that was a wiggle. And that's really what I want to cover about a tentative takes. Other than when we get into the facts and whatnot. So our next one is how these tentative takes are structured, right? So these are our structure. The first one is facts, right? Gonna try to brisk along here. The first one is facts. So this would be section 1, right? Section 1, I would we'll just call it section 1. This is where most people are interested in. They're interested in the facts, with whatever they believe the facts to be. Had a really long discussion yesterday about belief and truth. And then the second one is archetypes. But in this case, the archetype, right? This is the archetype section, right? Section 2. And to elaborate a little bit more about where this is more so about progress. That's what people will focus on. This is about routine, which we'll go over. And lastly, last section, usually these are all intermixed, would be personal. And that will be section 3. And personal would be I like commentary. And that's what have been my standard go-to as of late. This includes all the other structures. The first section is, of course, the most objective. Objective being that it's non-negotiable. These things happened in the past. They have already happened. They are not opinions nor interpretations to the greatest extent that I can have, which is that all of this is recorded for YouTube and on YouTube. Those are the facts, and there's no negotiation, right? And then archetypes are an interpretation of the facts. I take the facts and I use it, to create an archetype. In this case, when it comes to the language learning side of things, the the WaniKani side of things, we're imbuing that into a routine. So all the facts feed into routine, because process-oriented thinking, you spend over 90% of your time working on your routine, not the context. The context is barely ever scratches the majority of your actions that you do, because every new word is something separate from the other words. You could try to marry them together, but they still come up very infrequently compared to how significant your routine is. And then my personal takes will be scattered everywhere, right? Like whenever a fact shows up and I want to inject a personal commentary on that fact, whatever comes to mind, that's section 3, right? And these will be color coded as suggested by this key right here. There are subsections, but I don't think we're going to get into subsections. Subsections would be varying coloration of these sections. So that's what we're going to cover today in our 400 days. So let's go and start with the facts, shall we? Here. All right. So facts require aid because I don't usually dedicate a large majority of my brain to remembering facts. I've talked about this quite a lot already, where info is only valuable when it is used and applied once acquired and encoded, right? So some of these facts. We are fact 1. It has been 400 sessions, which I refer to as days, right? Days of WaniKani. So these are not consecutive days because there was a 5-day break. 5 consecutive day. 5 consecutive day break. This is where I went to Otakon. Otakon for volunteer work. I like to go to an anime convention every year to volunteer, and I basically sit in registration and I hand out badges. I check people in and watch their smiling faces, enjoy. Occasionally I walk around, I'm that guy that sees most of the cosplays to some extent, because I welcome pretty much all the peeps. And that's what I do once a year, every single year, for the last 18 years, minus COVID, right? Yeah. So So technically, it's been 405 days since I started WaniKani. But 400 sessions. This is our 400th. We can go over some other facts soon. Here we are at... So what do these 400 sessions? We are at level 38, right? Our average level up time is approximately 11 days. Uh, 11 days. We have 435 radicals. 1,297 kanji or characters, and 4,336 words, right? As a side note, right? I guess I'll write a personal color here. As a side note, no accuracy considerations. No accuracy considerations. Largely because I emphasize unlimited time to get correct. So that means that accuracy is 99.9%. Or that's just the assumption we make, because I don't leave things unanswered. That's a side note for those who would interject here. So we don't do like reading, meaning, like accuracy farm, however you want to call those things. This is largely to balance encoding and output, right? Input and output situations. So those are, and to contextualize the leveling up and whatnot, our workload looks like this, which I've gone over a couple times already. And we're talking about unique load. So what do I mean by unique load? This means load that is the current level. And then you can use your imagination on how it stacks on previous levels. But this is unique load. Unique load meaning it's the exposure and then the short-term encoding included. And if we start on day 1, right? Day 1 to... Let's write this out. So it's roughly, it looks something like this. Oops. So what happens is I do all my lessons on the day that they are unlocked. And then these are subsequent repeats, right? So these would be right from here to here and here to here, whichever the rest. This distance here is what I would refer to as short-term practice. And now you have to imagine the thing that I don't keep track of is the non-current levels will stack somewhere. They will show up randomly in this thing. But this is the cycle. So we do all the lessons. We do everything at all times for WaniKani. There's no exceptions in this. So we is 0-0 streak at all times. So this would be the load. It's very high on day 1 and roughly either day 6. It's usually either day 6 or day 7. That's where we get that shift of 1 extra day. And that is the load that we maintained for the 400 days. And I do have to make a commentary here. That 5 consecutive break, we did use vacation mode here. Vacation. So it is as if it was consecutive. Right? So this is our WaniKani load. Nothing has changed about this at all. And the plus or minus 1 day is because of scheduling drift. And one of the scheduling drift is that it is based on when you complete a lesson or complete a practice, not when you start a practice. So you can't consistently start at the same time each day. It drifts by an hour or 2 each time because of these large load, like how the load can stack on different days. So that's what creates the extra day over time. I do these things at a similar time each and every day, not whenever these become available, because that's why I'm here. That's why I'm streaming. It deals with the stream schedule. So this drift here, this extra day right here, the facts are I have a stream schedule. So a constant stream schedule is what creates this drift. Any other facts that will be relevant would be these will be touched upon as opposed to expound upon. I am also 393. We just conclude at 393rd session of Hanzahiro. So that will come into play. We're not going to go over what's available in Hanzahiro. Oh, actually, possibly. When it comes to characters. So we'll look at characters. I'll mention the characters here. So Hanzahiro, $2,684 Hanzi. Whoa. Sometimes my aging tablet does that. So Hanzi. This is an important figure because you can see that while I have 1,297 kanji, kanji and Hanzi, and we're gonna say traditional. This is traditional. This will have a tremendous overlap with kanji, largely because my repetition, like the stuff that I know about, that's nearly double the volume of Hanzi. Hanzi can affect and tie to that. And outside of that, we also have started, we have completed our 40th session of Boom Pro. And related to this would be we reviewed all of N5 grammar points and approximately 800, I think we have 800 words of the N5 set, which will be related to this. And I don't necessarily think, maybe we'll throw in some other stats that are a bit more infrequent. As of the current time, the current routine, this load, right? This load represents between 2 and 3 hours on the day ones. So this is lesson days, plus stream. So plus whatever the yapping stuff is, or excluding that, but I'm also yapping in it. But excluding the time I take to yap and all that, it's 2 to 3 hours raw on day ones, and then it's 1 to 2 hours on day 6. That is the second lesson day. So lesson prime day. That's the second half. So these two peaks. This is day 1. This is around day 6, right? So those are our times, and then the rest drops substantially. It actually doesn't vary too much between these two. The following days successively go from 30, roughly, like they actually drop down of the current routine. They drop down to 20 minutes. Then the following day, 15 minutes, and then 10 minutes. There is one day missing, but that's plus or minus the next day, but generally another 10 minutes. So this is the following day. These are the current routine. Lesson days take 2 to 3 hours on day 1 to encode, right? They're slightly bigger, generally speaking, but they're kind of close together. They both gravitate to 2 hours roughly. So they're like in between. On the lowest end would be 1, and like a little greater than 1, and then on the highest end would be greater than 3. So this is what my schedule is like with WaniKani now. So whenever day 1 comes back, like we level up, so this is level up day, it'll add to, like, this would be the total amount of time for each session. And then the following day, which is actually tomorrow, we'll spend another 2 hours. That's to give you an idea, or to give whoever asks an idea, how long do you spend, but what do those hours include, right? And again, we have to keep in mind, I'm specifically talking about unique current level stuff. So, and then to throw in a little bit of a wedge, there is staggered SRS, right? The other levels, and they can add anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour to that time. So this is where we would have 30 minutes would be one previous level, and then an hour would be 2 plus previous levels, because remember that all the levels are grouped together because of the way I do my lessons. They are grouped together entirely. So each new level, each full level of the partition can add 30 minutes to an hour. So at the highest end, it would be 3 to 4 hours when everything coalesces, like 2 extra levels, including the lesson day. We do them all. That's non-negotiable. We do whatever is available and we go with it. So at the higher end, it's good. And as a personal commentary, a lot of times people would talk about, isn't that a lot? Personal commentary, I think in terms of lesson days, so whenever it's day ones and day 6s right now are really at tight. So we're talking about in the 90% of my limits. So it's pushing up there. And 90% of my limit means more than just WaniKani. It means in total. So in total, it takes up 90% of my limit, which includes Boom Pro and Hanza Hero and whatever else I'm working on and my monthly project. So if it's a perfect storm, it would be lesson day, stacking 2 extra levels, that's 3 to 4 hours, plus Boom Pro, plus Hanza Hero, and doing like something like this, a monthly project. That would be operating at 90% of my limit. 90% is uncomfortable. It's going close to my breaking point. So the breaking point means that when I hit that breaking point, I'm going to stop or I have to cut something, right? And this is intentional. I usually operate between 80 to 90% of my limits so that it's sustainable. But in case it goes overboard, I don't like suddenly have a mental breakdown or something, or just quit day. I rarely ever quit because of this. I operate somewhere near my limits, but not at my limits. At my limit means that there's very flimsy room that lead to quitting, and I don't quit. Like, I rarely ever quit. Quitting, in my opinion, and consistent operating at someone's limits and consistently quitting leads to making quitting easier, and it makes starting up again and doing everything harder because your momentum is lost. So I rarely ever operate at my limit. I operate at my operational limit. So to clarify a little bit, this is my like total limit. We're talking about total limit here. It's not my operational limit. The operational limit is you're trying to improve. So say like you do, the operational limit would be right now for WaniKani, the operational limit is 3 to 4 hours total. So every given day, there's a chance that it could exceed that, right? But it's, you know, plus or minus an hour. Now, my operational limit can improve by doing more hours than that, right? I could improve my endurance because my operational limit is 3 to 4 hours. If I start operating at a lower amount of hours, like if I decrease this to 2 hours, then my operational limit goes down over time. I would only get used to doing this for 2 hours. So I don't change my operational limit dramatically. Like, you don't go from studying 0 hours, like for example when someone picks up Japanese, right? They're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hit it hard, and they suddenly, like the first couple of days, they spend like 6 hours studying when previously they studied for like 30 minutes. To me, that's a crash course in quitting. Like, I'm not gonna mince words here. That's a crash course for quitting. That's like crash dieting. When you like suddenly you eat a lot of sugary things and then suddenly you go cold turkey. It's not for everyone. It's actually not for most people. If you're one of those people who make that work, I'm impressed. Like, all the power to you. I don't do that. I lean into things and lean out of things because my threshold is very high. So like, not doing anything is really far from doing something, and doing something more is not that much more, because I'm able to study for 8 hours a day without with minor breaks. I can't vastly improve how much time I'm going. I can improve the efficiency of what I do during that time. So that's kind of a area that I won't be talking about this time around. I'll be talking about my WaniKani routine and not fixated on time, because efficiency is something that constantly is brought up by other people. I think without a excellent foundation in time management. It doesn't matter how, to me, knowing how efficient a method is like not focusing on the problem that the person may have. If you have poor time management, it is irrelevant to me personally. If someone was asking me, do you think because this method is really fast, is it useful for you? And my first question is, do you have skills of time management? Because it doesn't matter how fast or efficient the method is, you're going to screw it up. Like, I know that's a little bit of fear mongering, but when you take something efficient, you can still mishandle and misallocate your time. When something is efficient, that doesn't mean you're not going to spend excess time using the method, right? If the method only asks you to spend 10 minutes a day, you're going to be impatient. If the method tells you to spend 6 hours a day, you're going to complain about it being too long. What happens with these moments is the person is not aware of their own time management deficiencies, right? An Anki deck is only as long and rigorous as the person willing to commit to the thing. So it could be really fast. You could say, oh yeah, I'm getting through my vocabulary, spending 5 seconds on each vocabulary word, but then you do 6,000 vocabulary words and you burn out. Or, oh, your Anki takes 3 hours to go through 20 vocabulary words, even though it's efficient for other people. Then you burn out not getting a lot done. So time management is how you determine where your limit is. You self-reflect, you regulate, and you lean in and lean out through consistency, in my opinion. If you crash course it, if it works, honestly, I would consider that very lucky, like incredibly lucky. I'm an incredibly patient person, and I think I have a somewhat masochistic approach to learning and getting things done and being agreeable. It's a cultural thing, actually. It's a very strong cultural thing. And I wouldn't do that. Like, personally, I would not go through that consistently. Crashing into things, constantly hustling, right? The internet, we're talking about the internet. Constantly hustling through things is tough. And even, like, if you say you can do it, that's impressive. That's great. Like, I hope you can continue to do it sustainably throughout your life. I kind of would love to tell people that the internet hustle culture is the most sustainable thing since sliced bread, where they can get so used to crashing into something and then crashing out of something and then constantly back and forth and feel like it's normal. That's kind of like making bulking and cutting a normal process versus consistency in diet and fitness. Like, there are very few things in human behavior that I found consistently refuted, anecdotally speaking. Obviously, the science, I can't explain the science behind this, but generally, routine, consistency, and moderated adaptivity has far exceeded crashing in and like rushing, hustling, and then crashing out, right? So this is my like really quick summary of when someone asks how much time it takes, or I spend a lot of time grinding, I spend a lot of time doing this, that is in my opinion, an incredibly misguided way to view what I do or how I learn things. I rarely ever view it from that perspective, where like, oh man, why don't you, I had someone ask me this before, why don't you just level this and spread it out instead of doing them all at once? Like, well, you could do that, or you don't have to. one of the key features is if you understand how time management works for you, you leverage that. Like on these specific days, day 1 and day 6, I have a routine that helps me stand up to these day 1s and day 6. And then on these days, you might be thinking, well, then aren't you doing nothing on these days? I actually do more or less very similar amount of workloads. The idea is what you see here is WaniKani only. So when I say 90% of my limits, I mean in total. This is my total limit. BP, everything I have going on now. So what anecdotally is 3 to 4 hours plus or minus hour in WaniKani, instead of saying operating in my limit or like my total limit, my operation limit, at least from my 400 days, my operational limit, like roughly 30%. So I'm working as hard as I can at any one point. However, over the time, it's about 30%. That's why I've concluded that I can do at least 3 things with an additional 4th that has some hand waving things. If I reduced everything down to WaniKani, I'm like maybe roughly tired after 4 hours. So if someone was worried like, oh, hey, maybe you should separate the lessons. Maybe you should learn less in a day, like 90 lessons, right? 90 lessons. And like, oh, you might have trouble remembering those 90 lessons the next day. And I'm like, I have no data to support that concern. Like I do not have a data, like very few. Usually 99.9% of the stuff is actually retained very readily for the short term. We're not talking about long term, right? We're talking about the short term cycle, this 11-day cycle. Within that 11 days, the stuff that I learned in the 3 to 4 hours on day 1 and maybe like 1 to 2 hours on day 6, combine them, they are very low effort. Like it is incredibly not that strenuous. So whenever someone tells me to like lighten my load, I'm like, that's not how this works, in my opinion. I'm already at the limit of WaniKani, right? I want to stay within the WaniKani limit. I've already done whatever WaniKani throws at me, and my operational limit is at 30%. That means that WaniKani could triple their volume, and I will still be okay, provided that I stop using BoomPro, Hanzahiro, and anything else. So that's to give an impression of what operational limit is and total limit is. So right now there is nothing in WaniKani's like volume that would trip me up. If they decide to give me like 3 levels worth of lessons on day 1, I will still be able to do it at canceling out where all my other energy is coming from, right? I started with WaniKani for 7 days a year ago, and immediately I added Hanzahiro because I understand the operational limits. WaniKani was not going to overload me with problems. So then I started Hanzahiro immediately and coupled them together for 1 year. And after 1 year, I noticed there's enough room, even operating at the max for Hanzahiro, max, whatever Hanzahiro's pattern is, we won't go into Hanzahiro's thing, and WaniKani, I'm still around 60%. But that's where it brings to today, where we have BoomPro, and then the occasional monthly project. The monthly project can push me over. And what I'm doing now is, which is relevant to WaniKani, WaniKani is not getting any change. Where I'm floating some reviews is BoomPro and Hanzahiro, because they are more flexible. The reason I know that is because BoomPro and Hanzahiro's workload is flat. It's flat across the board. It's 20 lessons, or roughly, we'll say 25 lessons for Boom Pro every single day, and Hanza Hero is 20 lessons every single day. So they have more flexibility in terms of how I can gauge floating reviews. WaniKani is not, and Boom Pro and Hanza Hero is later in the day. So that's where that happens. Anyways, so if someone was curious, oh, what happens if it accidentally goes over? Like, we float. You can adjust temporarily. The idea is, the goal is to never do it chronically. Like, if you're asking yourself, like, it's taking up all your energy to learn and go through your deck, that is nearly the opposite of how I learn. I do not go into a learning session and tell myself, if I do this now, I won't want to do anything later, right? I will only veg out and like be lazy and not want to do anything. Or alternatively, which is the procrastination approach, I'll do all the things I want to do and then go into learning at the lowest point of the energy level, and you're saying you only leave just enough energy to do your learning and your practicing. That is, I do the opposite. Not only do I go into my learning knowing that I will have accomplished it, I also go into it with excess energy. So when the study period, you know, the 8-hour study period, the stream, whatever practice I have for stream, that is at my max. We are at peak ideal position. I'm vigorous, I'm active, and I'm constantly at the top of my game when I'm learning or recording something. I'm not doing it at the end of my day. So, contrary to what a lot of people suggest, fun is optional. I don't like, you know, when people ask, oh, are you doing this as a hobby? It's like, yes, I am. So you're doing this for fun? No, those are two different things. I love my hobby. I love it. I'm passionate about it. Teaching, learning, explaining things. It doesn't have to be fun. Loving something passionately is unconditional. So it doesn't matter if I feel awful or feel great per se, that would keep me from doing the thing. It might affect my performance over time though, so I do keep that in mind. I make sure that I am most energized, most rested, and sustainable when I do my hobbies. This is my same approach. And you know, some people ask, so then what do you do for work? I do the exact same thing. Because the difference between the person asking that question to me is they believe work is unfun. Like, work is considered unfun. That's one of the classifications. It's one of the conditions that make it work. And then hobby is for fun. And for me, I already said that hobby is optional in my hobbies, because for work, I also translate most of this stuff to work. I find great reward, dopamine, catharsis from working and doing things and making work. Fun is extra. So hobbies are great because there's an extra level of fun, right? That fun is the icing on the cake. So whenever someone asks me, am I having fun? I'm like, yes, I am having fun. That's not suggesting that what that person's asking is, oh, are you having fun? Because if you're not having fun, there's no reason to do it. That I don't disagree. That I disagree with. I do not empathize with someone who believes that fun is required to be doing something. I think that is a myopic, an unfortunate internet consequence. Everything has to be targeted, wanted, desired, and fun in order for someone to do something. I did not grow up in a generation like that. Or maybe my generation do have that. I didn't grow up in an environment that you learn to appreciate what you do. You learn and make things work, and fun can come out of that. Even more so than it being intrinsically and coincidentally fun before you do it. Like when someone asks me, hey, are you interested in this? It's like, are you interested in it? Because if you are interested in it, then I can be interested in it. But you don't know anything about it. It's not going to be fun if you're not already interested in it. It's like, that's not true. If you're interested in it, we can learn things together, and I would find it fun because we are doing it together later down the road. The rewards and the hard work, the smart work relates to the fun, right? This is my prerogative, like this is my choice. I'm not saying other people, like, you can take it for what it's worth. For myself, I do things because I know it will be worth it in the end. I don't ask myself whether it is worth it before I start anything. Like, oh, hey, like, do you think learning Japanese was worth it? I'm like, it's currently worth it. That's it. Like, I did something, I'm using it, it's worth it. When someone's, well, what did you think at the beginning? It's like, I didn't think about it. I knew how it could be related. What can I do with it at the moment? So I did. Did I know that this is exactly how I would feel now? Not really. I rest assured myself that I would find a way to do so. How that way unfolds is kind of unpredictable. It can be transformative. So here we are, right? Anyways, I thought I'd share some like side note about time, because these last 2 years, I don't think I've met a single person in this context that I've empathized with. I don't think I've ever shared a point of resonance between. There are some who kind of get close, sort of. Like, it's not my goal to find people who resonate with me. I don't think, if I had to be realistic with myself, I don't think there are that many people that would resonate with me if I met them online, right? In this context, in the context of YouTube and Twitch, I do not believe that is the social norm anymore. To do things because you can, and then find reward in being able to do them. Not you only pay attention to the things you want because the internet serves you exactly what you want and it tries to predict what you want, so you never make a mistake or never choose something that turns out to be awful, right? Like, I didn't even say that all the things I choose to do turn out positive. Like, I've done many things where they led to a dead end, right? And someone would say, well, don't you feel regretful or feel like you wasted your time? No, of course not. Like, and when I say of course not, I'm talking to myself, because the person that I'm talking to is likely not going to understand it, at least in my opinion. And they don't have to. So you don't have to understand it. I choose actions. I understand what didn't work and what did work. If something led to a dead end, it doesn't work. So I learn from what doesn't work in order to avert or use that to leverage my next decision. Rarely is it, oh, it's a dead end, so I'm just gonna wash myself of it and forget about it. That's kind of what the internet does. Like, oh, this game is garbage. It's a shame, unlucky. And I'm like, well, life is pretty inconsistent if you constantly make decisions based on luck and hope, right? I actually got accused before of this when I was playing Neverwinter, that someone thought that I operate on copium and hopium when I'm wishing that a game gets better. It's kind of humorous because this person portrayed themselves as someone who isn't that, who grew out of that. The irony here is if there's any person that would relate to that, it would probably be me. But this person instead used the usual paradigm of internet people, which is the idea that they hope and cope with things because they rely on something being served to them. Instead of critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, which involve time management is a part of critical thinking and problem solving, right? Instead of relying on that and making things work regardless of how terrible it might be, or inoptimistic, or what's opposite of not optimistic? Inauspicious choices, right? They choose to wait for something to land on their laps, right? If that's you, I hope you continue to be lucky. I usually don't feel lucky. I say this sometimes. I make my own luck. I accept luck though. If life throws me a bone and someone comes by and changes my life, I am sure as heck going to notice it and take care of it and take every advantage of it. However, I don't sit there waiting for it to happen. We make luck, right? And I say we make luck because I don't think it's luck. I think it's hard work and smart work. Other people might think that I got lucky, as in I know when I got lucky and I know when I didn't get lucky, and it usually consistently feels like luck when the things I don't have control over lands in my lap. I talk about it quite a lot. How did I get lucky in life? My mentors, I got lucky, right? I can't control how my mentors act and receive whatever my behavior is. My parents, I got lucky, right? My schools, I were very lucky. My friends, those are very lucky things. They happen by chance. Yes, I could work towards exposing myself to specific types of people. That's the luck that I make, right? You put yourself in a good school, you project and show and demonstrate that you are a caring person, a compassionate person, or someone willing to be compassionate, then you attract other compassionate people. However, you still have to get lucky with things outside of you, like the way people behave. So if you're sitting there and if I'm describing someone unintentionally, I apologize if that is something that might hurt your feelings or whatnot. I hope that all those people who still continue to rely on luck continue to be lucky in life. The last thing I want to use is fear to move them to action. I want them to know that you can do more than wait for luck to happen. You could be making your next language learning app in the frustration of WaniKani's lacking features while you're using WaniKani and while you wait for the next lucky app. You can do all of these. There's enough time in life, to put in time. There's enough time to do all of that, at least in my opinion, to some extent. So that's kind of how we're wrapping up the facts here. These are the facts, and I make time while we go and do other things, right? So now we get into our routine section. Let's see, it's been an hour. I'm trying to restrict like 1 hour to each of these sections, so then I would sleep at a very reasonable time. So we got section 2. Let's go straight into section 2, which is our archetype. Actually, section 2 is probably going to take an hour. So section 2 is our routine. And this is where I improvise a little because there's going to be a routine for encoding. So let's go over encoding first. So our encoding routine in WaniKani, so we're talking about WaniKani's encoding routine. These are lesson days, right? Lesson days. So lesson days are usually broken up into radicals. So we have radicals, the occasional radicals. And the occasional radicals are English bound. So we read the English. When it's presented, we look at if there is smaller radicals. So step one, right? If there are smaller radicals. This is where like a radical is composed of other radicals. You could use your imagination what those may be. And then when we look at those smaller radicals, we test if we know them. And then look at the story, so the mnemonic. Mnemonic 2, we read the mnemonic. And then we adjust. And 3 is adjustments. And what are the adjustments? They have to flow. For me, we're relying on association. So the mnemonic that's being read has to be now has to be a pre-existing association. So let's pull up a radical here. We need like a more intense radical, maybe. So let's use this one. It's very poetic, so oh, that's a little tall. Right? So, when we look at this radical, if it was introduced in a lesson, you can spot 2 different radicals, right? Plus, right? So we have these radicals, and this one is Viking, and this one's child, right? So that's step 1. Step 1 is to literally, when I read this, do I know other radicals? It's a test. It's an output test. So this is an output test for pre-existing radicals. And then I would expect that the mnemonic, so step 2, these 2 would contribute to the mnemonic. And then we adjust by association. So that means like maybe something like a Viking child. A Viking child is pretty reasonable, right? What is the Viking child doing? Maybe like studying, right? So that's to check the association. So if it's something like, oh, the Viking tossed children into the ocean to train them, that is way off in association land. I'm not acquiring any more associations. So we're in like the 400-day schedule where you don't have to create new archetypes. Like, oh, Vikings being aggressive, I don't need that archetype anymore. And even then, I'm using an association to create that example, right? I can't come up with their example. Actually, their example is fairly similar, so I didn't need to adjust too much. It says, you have a wild Viking child you have to take care of. You won't do anything but study, right? So that's close enough. So I would keep that if I needed it, right? If I wanted it to encode. So that's kind of for radicals. So this is the encoding term for radicals. They don't really, there aren't too many radicals left between Hanzihiro. Hanzihiro also has their components, which I use the same routine for theirs, and to put an addendum here on these parts. This one right here, and this one, step 1 and 3, they also get paralleled to Hanzihiro. So if the association, the adjustment, and the smaller radicals also overlap with Hanzihiro. So if I see something like, for example, this isn't a Viking for Hanzihiro, a child stays the same. So this would get an asterisk because they overlap. This is pretty sure it's confetti. It's confetti plus forehead, actually. let me double check. They're not seen as the same things. Like one thing. Let's make sure. Yeah. Yeah, so this is seen as 2 separate radicals. So Viking is composed of confetti and a crown. So I can use either of these. I can use either of these combinations. So if I say I'm having a really difficult time remembering this, all of these are forms of associations to embellish this. That means that when I look at this character, despite it having very few things written, like you can imagine this as one thing. Then if you forget that one thing, you're not going to be able to remember it. So you continuously try to think of that one thing. If you can think of it in a sentence, that's another thing you can think about, and so on and so forth. So can I think of this in a sentence? Yes, I can. I can also think of it as a word. That's why studying is involved in it, right? You can think of it applying to many schools, many school-related things, and types of schools. All of those things are associations. So you do as much as you need to know the radical if this is the only visible information. However, all of this information is associated with all the other stuff. So that's radicals. So that's for encoding for radicals. So the first time I see something, if I see this, it is you attempt to look at if there's existing radicals, read the mnemonics, does it associate those existing radicals, or, right, if this is a no, I say there's no pre-existing radicals, like in the beginning. Like you could say, this is the first thing. So there's, in fact, this actually has 2 radicals in it. Like, oops. Uh-oh. Okay. If you, let's say we do this. There's nothing else. It's ground. It's the only ground. That's in the beginning. So we're not going to address those things anymore. However, you would read the mnemonic. So before you read the mnemonic and then you accept it. I accept the premise because early on, I needed a foundation. So this is during foundation. And you would have to go back to day 100 and before then. This is foundational. So you have to establish foundation. And what I did was I commit to establishing the foundation. And now this association, this pre-existing association and adjustment is because I have foundation. So nowadays, it's rarely ever there isn't a smaller radical, a mnemonic needs association, and then there's an adjustment. This stuff you have to do. Like, I firmly believe that if you do not have a foundation for something, one must develop one. And this is the part where I think many of the people lose themselves. They rarely ever get over foundational work because they skip it. They skip it thinking that they, in my opinion, and some of them succeed, some of them don't. When you skip foundational work, you are relying on the fact that your upper levels, like your associations, are strong enough to carry all the weaknesses and all the gaps. So whenever someone says like, 6 months into their study, should I really study? Do I really need to go back and do these things? You can fill in the gaps if you want. I simply committed and built up from it. So we no longer do this. So these steps are always present. There's no like skipping over a step. That's why I have basically listed these steps as the current model. All right, so now we have radicals done. Let's do our kanji encoding. So for our characters, basically, not our vocabulary. A kanji, there's a slight modification. So kanji, we would look immediately at smaller radicals as well, or in this case, not even smaller radicals. We will look at the radicals first, see if we can identify the radicals. And when we look at the radicals, there could be things that show up. This is where I test myself and see if there is sound carrying, meaning carrying, and visual carrying. And these are, I'll refer to them as overlaps. So this part as a personal commentary is where Duolingo is an embedded Duolingo routine that I had when I was trying to up my Duolingo game. When I, at some point, which wasn't in the beginning, because this is another routine was embedded. And it is only after I can do WaniKani's routine before I introduce an additional routine. So Duolingo's embedded routine is that most of the time they rely on the similarities in sound and read, right? Read, sound related. The same sentence 8 billion times over, what have you, repetition through sound. You hear it if you hear the sounds running together, because like the first 6 months of Duolingo, if you were going at one section a day, or like, sorry, not one section a day, but one like cluster a day, you would in 6 months you would only hear kana. You would only see kana, actually see kana and hear kana. So you kind of have to close your eyes when you know your kana. You have to close your eyes and hear the sounds put together, because oftentimes they compare two things based on sound, and then they compare it based on meaning. So that's antonyms, synonyms, and homonyms. That leads into visual. They often compare things that look the same or look very similar. And this is the Duolingo embedded routine that I have for radicals, which now I do with Hanzahiro and WaniKani post like day 300, basically. Like from 300 to 400 is when I started looking at them, because now I can appreciate them. So whenever I see a radical, it's like, like for example, which I'll give an example. We'll give an example later. So this is the Duolingo embedded routine. This requires like another hour to 2 hours of explaining, but we'll just accept it because we're not talking about Duolingo here. Then we do radicals. We look at sound, meaning, visual overlaps. We read the mnemonic, right? So mnemonic read. This includes like reading the definition and how they basically reading the information that they have. And then we do adjustments again. Actually, yes, we do adjustments. I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna write this. So we do adjustments. And these adjustments actually go in 2 different ways. The adjustment, while it still relies on association, we have separate associations. So the one that I prioritize is the association based on sound. So we do an adjustment for sound. And then that sound translates to an adjustment on meaning. And this meaning goes back to this meaning is actually associated with the association made in the mnemonic. So what does that mean? I can illustrate. Let me see if I forgot anything before we go. No. And I have a shorthand for this. So let's go pick up a kanji here. Let's do a recent one. Oh, I do need to add something here. There is... So these parts right here, like the embedded thing, this also, Duolingo embedded, this is also layered. It's layered on Hanzihiro as well. Which I'll demonstrate all together. Let's go with... I'll give an example that actually applies all of these. You don't have to apply, like, again, all these, like, steps, right? Technically, there's more than 4 steps. More than 4 steps. However, all though these are sub-routines, as in they don't all have to happen. I don't need to do all of these all the time. I practice them substantially enough that I use just enough to remember things. And I ask myself, do I need more? Do I need to invest more? That's how I save time. For this, we'll use one that kind of triggers all of these in some way, shape, or form. Let's go with... this new one. So we recently got kan, which is this kan, right? This kan. So and oh, this is not kan, sorry. It's oh no, yeah, it is kan. Sorry. I'm trying to see how am I gonna represent this. So the first thing I look at is we have the character, we look at the radicals, right? So the radicals would be these two, right? And then this would be dry. and this would be knife, or knife, saber, however you want to say it, right? A blade. Those are the two things. And then when we look at radicals, we also look at embedding, so sounds. This actually carries kan. So this is a radical carrying sound, right? So sound, and then we have meaning. This right now, none of these things carry any specific meaning, so I couldn't get a meaning comparison here, right? However, these are also considered meanings, right? And dry and knife do not have an interaction that creates a meaning that overlaps, so we don't worry about that. Visually, right, this is based on visuals, because visual, dry, knife, these are associated by visuals, and then kan is a sound that's associated by visual, right? There is no consistent sound that I can think of for knife or saber. And then what then allows me to do is, oh, I can probably guess this is kan. Now, there is another step, which is Hanzahiro, which can come up. And this is gun, like a version of gun, like any form of gun. And it would be like, that's how I would see it. Or it could also be han. Han, gun. And these things, these two also have associations with ban. So I can, and if you're thinking like han, gan, ban, they are related to kan. So these are sound related things. This is clustered. Gan, han, ban are tendons. So like han, right? We're talking about oops. No, that would be too complicated. Let's just, these sounds are related to each other. So these are clusters that are associated with together. So that's why Hanzahiro comes into. And Hanzahiro, this is syringe. And this is still a knife or a sword. So all this stuff is happening like in milliseconds. It really doesn't take that long. It happens right away. So lots of overlap. We have a bunch of overlaps, a bunch of sound and visual overlaps, right? And then we integrated the Hanzahiro thing. This is legitimately what happened when I first saw this, less than a week ago. And then what next is, then we would read the mnemonic, right? I don't actually know what the mnemonic is, because this is all I needed. The reason why is there's a meaning association with ban is actually no, it's kan as well. Sorry, I missed kan. So kan ended up overlapping with kan, and kan is kan. So kan is associated with addition. And addition is actually the associated meaning in WaniKani. So that's where it ends. I legitimately didn't even read the mnemonic, nor adjust the mnemonic or any of its association or sound or meaning, because I already knew it's kan, which makes this kan for the onyomi, and its meaning is addition or publication or something like that. So it basically ends there. However, from time to time, I still read the mnemonic to make sure that I understand. So their mnemonic was basically, you got an addition So you take this edition, and their mnemonic is you got an edition of a book called The Dry Knife. Right? And for me, a dry knife is weird. I don't describe knife as dry. So I would have to change the association or adjust the association. Dry and knife are two things that I'm able to do. And in addition, is related to a book. So I can kind of see it, the dry knife. And then what they do is they attach the dry knife to kan. And kan is where we work on another subsystem. And it's in this sound, it is in this mnemonic step, which is that when you have kan, they introduce kan, it is equivalent to Khan, like Genghis Khan. So they then incorporate Khan into the dry knife. This book was written by Genghis Khan. So I could use this. I mean, the alternative is maybe like Khan. I didn't create one because I didn't need to adjust it, but I would kind of try to change it up in a way that I feel would resonate with me a little bit more. I could still use the same idea where like, oh, Khan demanded a Khan's special edition of a book about knives got wet, and now he demands a dry edition, a new dry edition of that book or something like that. But I didn't make anything in this particular scenario. So that's where you can adjust all of these. So that's what I do. Each day when lesson comes up, if the rare radical shows up, that's what I do. Kanji, this is what I do. And oftentimes Hanzahiro and WaniKani and Duolingo are now part of the routines. These are subroutines. They are all embedded in each other. So I technically should have wrote this kinda like this. Right. And the reason why is I don't necessarily have to do Duolingo and Hanzahiro, so it's a personal commentary on my own. When it comes up, if it's convenient, it's convenient, and I use it to test my knowledge. So the other things that, in my opinion, people would give up, or like, what I mean is give up as in they would willingly just forget that they do these things at all because it's not important anymore. And I totally understand. Like, it's understandable that you don't want to do any of these things. I do them long enough. I do them every once in a while so that I find other ways to apply them. So whenever I have to do my Hanzahiro exercises, I was already practicing most of these things anyways. Like, the next time I see kan, or the next time I see kan, well, I know what kan is. So the reverse is true, which I'll talk about in 7 days in the 400-day review of Hanzahiro. And then when we talk about Boom Pro, I will then talk about how Hanzahiro and WaniKani helps me with Boom Pro. Right? That's the idea. And Duolingo is incomplete at the moment, so all of this is going to go back to Duolingo at some point. I want to complete the last half to see what the last half is like. I stopped after a year to give a breather. I don't want to like beat a horse over, beat it over the head. And when we go back, we're gonna be using Hanzahiro, WaniKani, and Boom Pro to embellish the Duolingo experience. This is kind of the idea of not treating tools like a one-stop shop, or treating tools like you're bound by a tool. I mean, in a sly way, the moment you become bound by a tool, you become a tool. Basically, you only do what the tool can do. That's it. Not in the other way that people use it, like becoming a tool, like a tool bag situation. But if you are bound by the tool that you're using, you are effectively the tool. You can no longer expand or enrich or contribute to the tool's usage. You are legitimately dependent on the tool. So this is my attempt to exercise that I'm rarely ever dependent on the tool itself. The idea is, if you have to do a bunch of things, make it about as integrated as possible, because when you're learning one thing, you're probably practicing like 2 or 3 other things you're practicing. So it's not like I got better at Hanzahiro just because I'm using Hanzahiro. I got better at Hanzahiro because I was using it like 2 and 3 different ways elsewhere. My Duolingo experience got better, even though Duolingo was my first language learning app. I took from my schooling, my formal education, like how do I make physics, chemistry, and biology come together in order to understand molecular biology. Those are cross-disciplinary techniques that you need to find associations to make them understandable and comprehensible. You're attaching meaning and new abstractions to your existing knowledge. That is that feeling of comprehension. Association is necessary for that. I don't even think is the question of whether it is sufficient. I think it's absolutely, personally, a hot take, right? Other people can disagree. Without association to your existing memory, that feeling of comprehension and understanding, that clicking moment, does not exist. It is a necessity in order to achieve that. It's not the only contributing factor. It's part of the necessity to make it sufficient. So if you're not making these connections already, usually that also means that if you're not embedding your methods and your routines onto each other, then you don't care about those routines, and they will not be there for you in the future. And that is perfectly up to you. If you know that a routine is no longer useful and you willing to gamble that it's never going to become useful, you don't ever need to use it, like there's no more value to it, then you can let it go. I've let go of a lot of things. In fact, I let go of a lot of bad habits. Bad habits is where you learn how to dissociate yourself. So there is dissociation. I haven't really talked about dissociation because I don't usually pick up bad habits that I can't change into good habits or useful habits, or turn something bad into a learning lesson for something useful. So usually my bad habits turn into useful habits. They are because of those existing bad habits, as people would say, or mistakes. Those mistakes lead to my learning process. So I actually use association as a positive form of positive reinforcement more than relying on dissociation, which to me is a counterproductive way of wasting time masking as positive productivity. If you're spending more time ignoring and pretending and unlearning and restricting yourself from your existing knowledge pool, like for example, constantly criticizing yourself and assimilating the whole all Japanese all the time, or like spending all your time kicking yourself in the face for using your native language as a constructive way to form association, that's what I mean. That's active dissociation. That's using energy, as much energy, and if you have enough energy to do it, right on, right? Go for it. If you don't think it's exhausting to constantly say, I can't use English or I can't use anything to form these things, and I must go crash course, hustle into language learning, Japanese, and move to Japan and be forced to do that, go for it. If you can achieve it. The failure rate is what you're risking. That's perfectly fine if you succeed. It's not fine when you don't succeed. And I would say the vast majority of people do not crash course into success. So for me, association is proactive. Constantly spending a lot of your energy dissociating yourself from your habits and your tendencies without understanding them and how to leverage them, then that is using energy to pretend like you don't know something. Like, for example, when someone says, oh, I can't help but stare at the subtitles when they're available. Okay, can you use that to your advantage? If you can't, you dissociate from it. You remove the subtitles and you hope that that will redistribute your energy to something else, right? That is the goal. And if it works, you properly dissociate it from it and redistribute the energy. Now, if you're watching something and the subtitle's not there and you're asking yourself, man, this feels so much less enjoyable. Like, I absolutely hate watching anime now because every time I watch anime, I have to watch it without subtitles. That's dissociation, but also it's killing your energy. Like, not only is it dissociation, it's negative punishment. It's negative punishment and positive punishment with negative reinforcement. You're legitimately making the process even more dire. So you're not only dissociating, which should have been easy, right? When you dissociate, you're quitting, as in the thing shouldn't drain any energy. It's out of sight, out of mind. However, in that scenario, if you're one of those people who spend even more energy, like, it's not just quitting. You end up feeling worse, lower energy, kicking your butt. All of that consumes even more energy than it's supposed to. So now you're not only studying worse, you're studying worse in the most consistent way possible. You have reinforced a bad habit that is unrelated to Japanese language learning. Like, what I mean is you can focus on Japanese language learning, and fail to appreciate how it's draining you because you're constantly negative about dissociation. That's why I personally, in my opinion, rely on association. It's proactive, it's constructive, it's creative, it's deep thinking process forward. You know, like, you have a higher odds of forming deeper thinking strategies when you associate with your existing pool. And I'm going to be talking up a hill here because I can already hear that people would argue against me and say, well, if you keep associating, it becomes a crutch. Yes and no. When the association is not constructive or creative or deep, it's no different than dissociating with no passivity too. So the same people that would argue, oh, but if someone constantly associate, they will be translating forever for the rest of their life. If those same people dissociated, it would stay dissociated for the rest of their life too. You're picking the best of one category and comparing it to the worst of another category. That same person who cannot form associations and use association as a crutch to stay within their learning capacity is also probably the same person who, if you shove them in a total immersion environment, they would still fail and retreat back to their associative environment. Like, so we're comparing bad apples with bad apples. That same bad apple is mutual to both groups. It's not the strategy that ends up being the significant carrier. So I really do earnestly believe this. Maybe in the future, someone will definitively demonstrate to me empirically that that is not the case. That people spend less energy, they spend more energy associating constructively than dissociating from what they have learned so many times before, right? Like, if you're not leveraging your habits, your existing proactive, constructive habits, you think that forgetting them would be more efficient. I tend to disagree. It is harder to constantly fight yourself in order to get into the mindset of learning something than understanding what you currently do and leveraging as much of that as possible, despite thinking that it doesn't contribute to skill development of the very specific task. You have to adjust to that task. It will always feel like you are less efficient at first. The one difference, the biggest difference here is association tend to lead to positive reinforcement or sources and opportunities of positive reinforcement. The dissociation will guarantee right from the start that you're either going to use negative reinforcement or punishment as your starting point, which you could do later down the road if you wanted. I mean, if you quit in the beginning, there's no like later anyways. So this is my like tail end of why this is how I approach it. When someone says like, oh yeah, you know, if you start using romaji, you'll be forever attached to romaji. It's like, yeah, if you use it as a crutch and passively continuously not learn anything. You can do the same when you throw someone in Japan. If you throw someone in Japan, they could never learn Japanese. It's still possible. That same person who doesn't learn, who doesn't associate anything, still will never learn Japanese in an immersion environment. You might be arguing, but they have to learn Japanese in order to survive in Japanese. Yeah, they can also move back. They can leave Japan. So I think that's incredibly short-sighted. To me, that's one of the hot takes that I have about the current internet language learning environment. There is this almost religious cult-like status about the interplay about obligation and association of obligation being presented as a learning method incentive when the learning method doesn't incentivize any of that. Like, oh, you know, go and immerse in your content, like continuously immerse in your content. It's like, yeah, but what's your mindset in the immersion? The last time I checked, it's very difficult when someone says every time they go and immerse in their environment, it makes them feel miserable because they spend like 80 to 90% of their energy trying to forget that they know another language. Like it's genuinely incredibly, like I don't understand. I mean, if you make that work, that's amazing. Like that's a lot of self-control, quite a lot of discipline for like the modern internet generation. So I don't know how, and you know, people still argue that, oh, it's super successful. Like all these people said it's successful. Yeah, in what universe? You mean in the sphere that they cultivated by collecting all the testimonials? That's called confirmation bias. Like, internet is confirmation bias. You say like, oh, hundreds of thousands of people. Or not, I would even be a little wary if they said 100,000. Like 100,000s of people succeeded in learning Japanese through their total immersion program or something like that. But do you know how many people are in the world? And do you know the success rate and how many people are properly multilingual in the world with respect to people who are monolingual? Like that is contextualizing the entire sample size, right? Like it's great to want to believe that is the case. Like it's great to be hopeful and say, yeah, if I do this, I will be like the 100,000 of how many. And you might be thinking, oh, but they advertise that this method has a 99% success ratio. Like, but that's not random selection. Like the internet is no longer random selection. What do you mean 99%? What does that even mean? So a lot of times when someone says something that's cult-like, right? When you think of a method that is legitimately targeted, spammed, advertised, hustled on the internet, or grifted, it is self-selected. So what does that tell me? It tells me that when you form associations with the purpose of the thing you have, it works no matter what, wherever you start. So the success of a lot of these methods are predicated on the self-selection of people who will make it work. That's in my opinion, right? I don't have a strong statistics because you can't decouple. It's very hard to decouple one's mindset and ability to doing that. Like, for example, what makes an Anki user successful? I mean, most of the successful Anki users are brutally consistent. Like, absolutely, brutally, masochistically success. So is the massive success of Anki a combination, is driven, if you want to make a competition, is it driven by that self-selection? I would argue it's a significant contributor to self-selection online. When there are enough people who believe that a product works, it is sufficiently significant to drive the percentage ratio of that method. Whether it is objectively true or not, that's not the point, right? Like, if you have a product that has a community that's self-fulfilling prophecy on getting people to learn language, to me, I don't have to take a jab or throw shade at anyone. That's awesome. Like, now, so what do you do with that information? For me, I ask the person. When the person says, oh, do you think you recommend this? And I ask them, what do you like? Like, what are you looking for? Do you like being around people who are consistently, nearly masochistically, repetitiously consistent with their flashcards? Because if you do, and that sounds like you, that's an appropriate match for Anki. So that's how, in my opinion, you would leverage strangers' propensities so that they can get started. And they can get started with something that they resonate with. That's positive reinforcement. It's positive association. They are able to leverage all the things that they already know they can do and hope. Remember, it's still a hope. There's no guarantee. I'm suggesting that when you use association, you are more likely to constructively iterate and come and improve your habits and routines. When you're dissociating, it's guaranteed to feel like an alien. It's guaranteed to feel alienating and also novel. And if you're learning a language which legitimately uproots all of your foundations, establishing that foundation can be very difficult, right? Not impossible. And also, by the way, not the traditional, like not the internet's traditional way. Most of the time, the internet takes a dumpster on formal education. And formal education doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. Structure doesn't work. Like routines don't work. Time management doesn't work. That type of thing. Because that's kind of like the new trend internet thing. Take a buck at traditional education or formal education because people don't retain their language. And my first thought is, fast forward a couple years, and then when you start using immersion, you'll just realize that the rate of people who don't retain their language has a very strong correlation with one factor, or maybe even two factors. That they output and apply what they learned. Because I don't care, in my opinion, I think it's irrelevant how fast you learn language. You do not retain that language without application, output, and association. So despite all of the dogging on like formal education, those people that you pick, like those people that they draw attention to, they aren't incentivized to retain that information. they rarely have an application for that language. So you cherry pick based on application. Well, let's go and cherry pick all the people who use quote unquote immersion CI stuff. Ask them, if they don't have any motivation to use a language or do a language, would they even learn the language in the first place, or even retain the language? You could even have someone who successfully learn through like those CI 100% immersion programs, and then track all the people who don't use the language. They are not incentivized to further use the language, right? Are they going to retain that language? The answer is no. Absolutely not. So they're the same people. My greatest criticism right now is consistently self-selection bias when it comes to understanding how learning works, in my opinion. Self-selection is so strong that there are fundamentals of understanding theory, like the conceptual theory of comprehensible inputs. There's a lot of axiom givens when you look at that theory. The theory is that you do know what your competence is. You do have a persistent source of ideally positive reinforcement, right? You do have a goal of acquiring and applying and downstream output of the thing eventually. All those things are assumed to happen with the application of that concept. So do they all exist at the same time? Well, if you separate them, you will probably find out that it's indistinguishable who retains and applies the language if they don't have sources of application and association for their use. You don't remember things when you don't find it useful. That's one of the fundamentals. So even downstream effectors do not equate encoding and practice with application and retention. Application and retention is not what that concept is talking about. Like the theory, people keep throwing CI at my face like constantly over and over again. Yeah, that's input. Input. Restricted to input. If you're consistently operating on the condition that you're referring to input being sufficient, that is irrelevant to output. Output is part of a different sphere that overlaps with input. It interacts with input for sure. Like those two things overlap. However, output has one thing: application, creation, production, and retention. Those are in that sphere. Now, input does improve retention for sure, right? Consistent input of the same environment and the dynamics increases retention as well, right? So does output. But output has other factors like creation, which leads to motivation, emergence. All those other things do exist. And nowadays, it's more about the balance approach, right? I talked about this as a hot take. The balance approach is probably going to trend up because overcompensation for the lack of input was a thing of the past. And now there's the lack of input structure was a thing of the past. Now there's an overcompensation of input and a lack of output. So whenever someone says, I'm not creative enough to speak, like for whatever reason, I've spent 99 hours and it's still uncomfortable to produce a novel idea out of all the information that I know. Yeah, because you spend most of the time inputting. It's not a bad thing. You'll still be able to like understand everyone and like talk and all that. That uncomfortable feeling, that unrewardedness of not being able to produce something or write something, you put that off. Like voluntarily. You put that off. Like this is rewarding to me. I talked about this before. My favorite part of streaming about language learning, or not really favorite part, but my delay gratification. The biggest source of my delay gratification is literally doing this right now. It is the most comfortable thing that I can possibly do. I don't have to think about this. I don't have to think about laying out this routine, like, for the most part. If I had to come up with examples, it's a little bit rough. But all this stuff, this laying out, this, like, I've done this thousands and thousands of hours through, like, schoolwork, like, most of my life. So laying out these graphs and bullet points and shorthands, that's my reward. That's the reward for doing something thousands of. So all that input, yeah, I do gather a lot of input. I listen to people, I talk about their language learning things, and all this gets summarized here. This is the end game. It does represent a smaller time frame, right? Output is a smaller time frame of something, but is it less valuable? I get really, it's quite fatiguing when someone constantly disproportionately value things based on how much time or whatever metric they decide to measure without considering other metrics, right? The amount of time that delayed gratification can present itself is so proportionally smaller than the amount of dopamine you get from your consistent input methods or your input theories or whatnot. Because you're consuming, you're spending most of your time consuming, consistently consuming. And I'm not even sure if this is the theory. Like, consumption is not part of the theory. The theory itself, like comprehensible input, was used to leverage the incentive for consumption, in my opinion. And here's my cynical brain. I don't want to sound too cynical here. This is going to be a cynical comment. Because input is constantly revolving about consumption, it makes a great business model to get people to consume more things. The vast majority of my time, I'm not actually consuming. I consume what I want, what I could at the moment, and I construct, I create, and I output. The vast majority of my time is outputting technically. And this might sound oxymoronic because for the most part, what people want to hear is, oh, can I just sit here and consume for the rest of my life and I get smarter and I just learn skills and can do everything because I just keep consuming? I disagree. I absolutely disagree. There's such a large gap between someone who is understanding the material and constructing and building on that material versus someone who's simply imitating because their short-term memory through constant consumption is sufficient for them to learn something. Like, what I mean is, it's sufficient to get them to learn something. I'm not saying they learn the things that they are shoved into their short-term memory. When you shove something into a short-term memory, that's not the same as learning to me. I firmly have entered a bunch of like arguments with people who like pretty much find that part of me exhausting. Collecting information in the short term, looking at information, reading a bunch of information, that's not learning. That's memorizing. You're recognizing and memorizing things that you don't understand yet. It requires you to go through the entire process, including the output, when you can fully realize the value and the comprehension. And you know what's even to me a little bit more dire? When you spend most of your time, when that method requires that you dissociate as a major component, I would argue it takes even longer. It takes even longer to associate again. Because you, like, again, this is a good skill. Dissociating is a good skill, and it's hard. It is a very hard skill. What's a great use of dissociation? When you have to quit smoking, right? When you have to accept and come to the understanding that you're old now and your physical body can't do certain things, right? You can no longer sprint as fast as you can because you're 60 years old now. That's dissociation. You can dissociate from things so to better understand and accept what they are. Like, dissociation skills are incredibly powerful as well. Like, you can quit things cold turkey, right? Despite their like addictive quality. Like, for example, turning off TikTok. That's a dissociation strategy. The in association strategy, for example, if I could give you an association strategy for TikTok, is you compete with TikTok with another thing. Another thing that gets you to do something productive. So what is that like? Duolingo is a great, I use Duolingo as an example. If you find that Duolingo is addictive and it's taking up your time, replace TikTok with Duolingo. That's association. But when you associate, you know that TikTok is addictive. And when you think that you're addicted to TikTok, you realize, well, I could use something that is just as addictive to that, like TikTok, since I'm already doing it, I'm embracing it. Now, can I get it to do something productive? It doesn't have to be Duolingo, obviously. The idea is association is positive. It is competing. It's competing for the stimuli. Dissociation is the removal of it, and it's super powerful. Like, removing yourself, literally what is one of the strongest ways to remove your TikTok addiction. Uninstall TikTok, lock it up, put 4 barriers of mechanical inaccessibility to TikTok, lock your phone away, literally do things that prevent you from accessing a phone. Those are dissociation techniques, and they're very hard and also very powerful. You need to be, dissociation is very hard, so all your actions and stuff need to be very powerful, like really, really powerful, so that they can't fail, because dissociation is incredibly negative. You're removing something that brings you joy, or removing something that elicits something that you're fighting against. The other alternative is usually what people would say as, oh, replace it with something even more fun, right? How do you learn Japanese? Replace it with something more fun than the current things you're doing for fun. So play a video game that teaches you Japanese that you hope that's more entertaining than the video games you're already playing. That's association. You're associating your positive feelings with video games with the act of language learning so that it creates a new habit. Your habit of wanting to learn language becomes associated with your habit of playing video games. That's what, in my opinion, explains the success of gamification when it comes to language learning. It's playing on your positive associations, your positive reinforcements. Beating a stage is fun. So beating a lesson schedule and beating a section in a language learning app is very cathartic. It's incredibly rewarding, right? So for every example of someone coming at me for dissociative techniques, there is 10 times more associative techniques for getting someone to do something. Now, it's not for better or for worse, because dissociative techniques can be for worse as well as associative techniques. TikTok is one of them. TikTok is an associative technique that turned out to be excessively negative in the current landscape, right? When you dissociate, it can also be incredibly negative. How do you dissociate with something? You burn bridges. When you burn bridges, you don't typically learn from them. You forget them. So like if you had a really bad experience with someone, you burn the bridge and you let the cynicism carry. So then one becomes progressively more and more cynical without any associated learning events. So then you have, when I ask these, like if you want to know, how do I tell when someone used dissociative techniques to create their decision making in relationships? You ask them, so why are you so cynical? And they're like, I don't know, like people are just not trustworthy, and yeah, you can't trust people on the internet. It's like, that doesn't sound like any specific example. Do you remember any specific reason why you're so cynical? And like, because you would need to remember specific, details in order to have a rationale for having such a resolute or significant bias towards cynicism. And fast forward 2 or 3 hours, what I can recall from them is I don't remember why I'm this cynical. I don't remember why the nature of my cynicism and my trauma is causing me harm, and yet I still feel like I understand it. Dissociative techniques. When you dissociate, you can still carry habits without ever knowing the details or nature of it. You can not use English to learn Japanese and never understand the connection between English and Japanese. That's fine, unless you want that. Unless you want to know the connection between your two languages, then you can use it. So whenever someone comes up and say something like, oh, immersion is the only way to learn Japanese, and this immersion language learner is using English to communicate to another English speaker that getting rid of English is the way to learn Japanese, that's oxymoronic. Because that person would be the last person I would ask about how they dissociate leaning to Japanese when they're still using English to talk about the things. Right? Because if that person knows what's good for you, they would also have to explain it in English, and why the English to Japanese thing, it's a paradox, right? When they would explain it in Japanese when you're entirely immersed in Japanese. If they're using English and they're targeting English speakers for how to learn Japanese, but they themselves are the product of a Japanese-only environment, they are unlikely to form those associations in order to advise someone who speaks English. That's kind of one of the big reasons why native speaker fallacy is a thing. It's not for what I mean is, it's not always. It's something to look out for. It's something to ask yourself, how well do you know? I didn't learn Chinese or keep Fujianese because I somehow pretended like I didn't know English. Like, that's not how that worked. In fact, to this day, my parents and I still exchange Fujianese and English in order to encourage each other to learn and retain those respective languages without the formal education of like some detached immersion program or something like that. And for the record, I have plenty of relatives, and heritage speaking is a thing as an antithesis to the whole idea that immersion is sufficient to drive something, but obligation is not. It is that facade, I feel, that coincidence, that obligation is associated with immersion, that it produces the sufficiency to lead to output of a language, not the other way around. I think there's more to it. The idea is immersion coincides with the feeling of obligation, right? But it's not related to language learning, so no one has to care about it, right? Until it's a problem, right? If you don't obligate yourself to study, then it's a problem. When you think you can study enough, then most things are not a problem, actually. Like, it doesn't even have to be immersion. When you are pre-selected to be obligated, that is almost in itself sufficient, but not entirely. I think it contributes to sufficiency. An association is related. The reliance on association is related to its positive reinforcement. So why do I pander to association? Well, there's plenty of people who keep convincing people to do dissociation, right? So I might as well talk about an alternative. It is like, if you want information, this is more information. I rarely ever inculcate things that you probably heard millions of times, in my opinion. Like, what have you heard millions of times? Don't translate. Then you'll stop translating. Like, yeah, that's exactly correct. That is absolutely correct. I have no qualms with the reality. When someone says, if you're always translating, then you're always going to be translating. Yup. That is exactly it. So no one is lying here. Like, or at least the people who I heard from are not lying. If you always translate, you're going to always translate. It doesn't magically go away. If you're always inputting, then you're never outputting. These are all true. If you're always inputting, then the only thing you can do is input. Right? It follows itself. If you're always translating, ask yourself, is it a bad thing? Because the last time I checked, I'm always translating. And I certainly don't have a negative smile on my, like a frown on my face and say, oh man, I'm talking to my parents and I'm always translating. Why can't they just learn English so I don't have to translate? Yep. So I kind of buck a little bit. I kind of butt heads quite a bit when someone says like, well, what if I'm not smart enough to do all of these things? It's like, then you're not smart enough to do all these things. I don't rely on gaslights, so I'm not gonna gaslight you into thinking that you're not smart enough to do all these things when I'm legitimately trying to do all these things. If I believe you're not smart enough to do all these things, then I would not believe in it either. I would question my own ability to do so. It's not that it's true when you're looking for objective truth. It's like, okay, but we're talking about belief here, right? Anyways, yesterday we had a discussion, I think, no, the day before yesterday, we had a discussion about belief and truth in the context of science and religion. That's kind of a fun discussion to have in the future. All right, so that's my kanji routine. I was going to do something else in between. I was going to talk about this step, but I think we've done it before. So in my 300-day review, right? In my 300-day review, I talked about this, where there's a whole section where I spent 2 hours or more covering how the intersection between sound. So this is the sound association that I use, and I adopted it from WaniKani as opposed to Hanzihiro. So the sound association is things like, I guess this is going to be under routine. Let's do some quick ones. We can do a quick example. WaniKani is focused on characters, right? So characters is the basis. The vocab is not that well developed, so covering the vocab section, not too bad. It's going to be fairly small comments. Uh, let me see here. What can I do? Okay, so let's do it this way. So we'll do something very quickly to demonstrate. Let's take the, what is it? The 42? I forgot what it is. So, nourishment here. All right. So let's take the 42. Oops. That's not how that works. Heck. So we got like right? E. Too much space. E. Right? U. E. And O. That's kind of tiny. Right. Then we would attach sound associations to it, which bridges English and Japanese. So this I have been using app and Apple. Not Apple the company, but a little. It can use both, honestly, or app even in application. So the E I've been using Eagle. U, just you, and picture. So this egg. Uh-oh. It's glove, right? Oh no, it's not glove, it's a kite. Kite, right? Yes, kite. And then oh. We had O station. And a tail or a belt is what I have written, but I don't think that's how it's represented. It? Hmm. Uh oh yeah, it is how it's represented. So we have O station. Oh, actually, that might be one line through the. Now that I think about it, it's fine. It's good enough. So these are what I mean by sound associations. So you can take all these sound associations and create the mnemonics for these. So we have nearly all of them. I think the ones that are digraphs, digraphs with diacritics, right? Diacritics are 10/10s, so like these and something like kya, right? Those things are rare. Are like not the I guess diacritics are fine, but these things are rarer. So they tend to not have too much things attached to them, but they all have various versions, including this. So they would have 2 or 3 very utilitarian sound associations. So like app, right? Up, apple, eagle, is represented by so it's just you, right? Is the sound of and then so they're not necessarily just English, but it's a combination of English, like mad-libbing, acronyms, abbreviations, whichever one becomes comfortable in association, right? And that exists for nearly all of the standard kana and some of the digraphs. These are digraphs. So all of the diacritics, like all of these, as well as all the standard kana. There's also combo ones as well. There's a combo, which are very rare as well. Combo like kyaku, for example. Kyaku, chaku, chu, ryo. All of them also have an associated sound and meaning combination of things. And this deals with the same technique, which is sound, meaning, and visuals. Sound, meaning, and visuals are used in the same process. I was going to go through all of them to see if there are any. I think in the 300-day one, we spent like 2.5 hours going over maybe like 80 to 90% of them. So there are a lot. And that becomes secondary. The idea is, you might be thinking, oh, but didn't you have to remember all of these things? Like, for example, like, isn't it laborious to have to remember all these new words? And my first thought is, what new words? Like, is app a new word for you? Apple? Eagle? You for you? So, I have something. So oftentimes when people think about creating connections, right? That's laborious. Let's I want to process that for a moment. When someone tells me to form association is laborious, right? It's exhausting. Like when they say, oh, isn't it hard to learn new word associations because you're trying to form a new association? It's like, yeah, it is when you don't do it. It isn't when you practice it, right? So whenever someone says something like, oh, well, whenever I think of it takes a long time for me to associate with apple. And I'm like, but there's so much there. There's so much foundation in that, right? You lay down wires already, and you're telling me that it's exhausting and laborious. So what this tells me is that oftentimes this person has relied on compartmentalization. And when you compartmentalize, right, when it's compartmentalized, that's usually using an approach that involves dissociation. That's how you get compartments. You dissociate them. So whenever someone says, in order to learn Japanese, you must entirely think in Japanese in order to learn it. Like, that's the only way you'll be able to learn Japanese, is that you only think in Japanese. It works. I'm not saying it doesn't. And it probably works like gangbusters. Like, it works really well when you're purely dedicated to it and you purely commit to it. You know what else works? Association works too. Like, you can learn multiple languages while using multiple languages. It might not end up in the results that you want because inherently it means you're learning multiple languages. Like, what I mean by that is, if you're learning to associate two languages together, it will not be the same as learning one language in isolation. I'm not saying they're the same. Some people are saying it's the same. Like, that's what I have a problem with. The problem is when someone tells me, oh, you're never gonna learn Japanese if you don't dissociate from English. I'm like, yeah, I'm never gonna learn the Japanese the way a person who only learns Japanese is going to. That's the whole point, right? But do not, in any stretch of the imagination, tell me that when someone who learns Japanese dissociatively will understand what it's like to learn associatively. Like, when someone says, oh yeah, I just immerse only when I'm learning Japanese, it's like, good, that's awesome. Is it working? It's clearly not working right now if you're talking to me in English, but that's a different skill you compartmentalize. Now, hear me out. If you're only learning when you're thinking in Japanese, don't give me advice about learning Japanese, because you see that I'm not learning right now using only Japanese. So when you give advice on something you are inexperienced in, that is negligent. It's not being aware of the way you're learning, right? And why do I find that to be more accurate? Is because whenever someone compartmentalizes, they project. They project instead of using compassion. So when you have someone who says something like, oh yeah, you know, your Japanese is awful, it doesn't sound native, because in order to be native, you have to always be around native people and only speak native Japanese. I'm like, that's accurate. That's absolutely accurate. Like, I have no arguments with that. So why are you going to someone who isn't doing that? Do you want them to do that? It's like, you should express that instead. You want them to sound like native Japanese, so you would demonstrate and encourage them to join you. It's different when someone comes to you and dissociates and projects, saying, you know, you're never going to learn Japanese because you're not in a native environment. That's a lack of compassion. That means that person has no experience or understanding of what it's like to learn two languages at once. And what I mean by two languages at once, there are people who are very good at compartmentalizing, and there are also people who want to desire to compartmentalize. And that is, how do I learn Japanese without having to focus on all the English weirdness, right? Because when you're learning two languages and how they're associated with each other, you have to redefine a lot of your English associations. Or you could pretend like your English doesn't need help to learn Japanese. Like, what I mean is, this happens in the other way. Association is not for everyone, because there are people who don't want to associate those things. Like, oh, I don't want to learn like the translation of like the attempt or like failure to translate Japanese. This is for you. You should compartmentalize them and dissociate English from Japanese. They are very appropriate for your mindset. When you feel that English is the worst language ever and it's a vehicle to learn Japanese, don't even bother with English. Go to Japanese and never look back. Because every time English is going to come up, you're going to spend your time spinning your wheel and say, man, English is so bad at translating Japanese. Dissociation requires energy. So the most effective way to dissociate yourself from it is to remove it entirely. No subtitles, none of that crutch, no complaining about English, no complaining about your native language. It all goes away. The more energy you spend on it, the less and less likely your mindset is going to hold. For myself, they're connected. And I'm going to continue to make an effort to connect those languages because I want to speak all of the languages I have in the context of each other. That is what I would consider as multiculturalism. You can be a monocultural person if you want by assimilating another person's culture and foregoing and dissociating from your existing culture. That's fair enough. That is your prerogative, right? That's how humans are able to compartmentalize things. So if you want to dissociate from your existing culture by adapting a new one, that's cultural assimilation. You will be more inclined and be familiar with your existing culture because you no longer care or want to retain your existing culture. That's fair. Like, as a child of immigrants, I actually chose not to dissociate from my parents' heritage and culture. I am now an amalgam of both. So yes, I code switch a lot, but I don't code switch because I don't understand the relationship between the different cultures. I code switch because I understand the relationship between the two cultures. Like, oh hey, I'm reading the room. Definitely, we're kind of in the face culture situation. So because I know what is not and what it is at the same time, it gives me more consistency. Not because I'm working on confirmation bias. It's like, oh hey, man, there are Chinese, there are a couple of Chinese people in here. Maybe I'll just assume that this is a Chinese meeting. That's confirmation bias. That's when you dissociate from what is not useful and then only confirm on the things that you want to see and want to know. When I walk in, I have to determine whether these Chinese people, for example, in the country that I live in, are Asian American or Chinese natives. It's far clearer when you live in a country that's monocultural. You can make that assumption, and that's useful. It saves time. It makes you more efficient. It also makes dissociation very easy because you don't have to consider that. You don't need to consider alternatives. They are gone. They don't exist. The extreme cases do not exist. So you don't need to waste energy on that. It's good. So those people who are moving to Japan to immerse themselves in Japanese, obligate themselves to live in Japan, all of those are commitments, and they will work. They will work very, very well. They will also be people who project and not be compassionate. Like the ones that work like gangbusters, obligate themselves and all that, they will speak from a perspective that is rejecting or diminishing where they came from or where they dislike. And that's fine, right? These are not bad things. These are things to keep track of. So when someone tries to advise me on the importance or the usefulness of translational methods, the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, I don't use translational methods. That to me is a red flag for even considering this person's advice. Because to me, learning requires experience, not information. When you it requires both. You can get information, but it absolutely necessitates that it requires experience. Lots of times, in my opinion, maybe like over 50% of the time, information has been equated to experience. So whenever someone says, oh, you know, I heard that if you use more than one language, it slows you down and it makes language learning and acquisition incredibly miserable. And then the person's like, that's why I never do it. It's like, well, then I can't trust any of your advice because you never did it. And then they would say something like, well, lots of other people did it. Okay, did you ask them about their experience? Are they the ones that are coming around to tell me that it never works? Or have they tested both of them out because they're the ones that did the testing? You didn't. So if you didn't, you would speak like, if you cared about experimental experience, you would also make that disclaimer, right? You would say something like, or like, to gain my trust, it would say something, well, you know, I haven't done it. The limited times that I have done it, it didn't work for me. Oh yeah, it didn't work for you. May I ask, where and how did you determine that it is not effective for you? Because that is the context that I can understand this person. It's the context that I am using, not the context that is projected onto me, which is the idea that, oh, you're learning Japanese, so you're going to move to Japan soon, right? And live in Japan and soak up in Japanese culture, and you don't like your current culture, right? Because you like Japan's culture more. I mean, as much as I really, really love the thing that is Japanese culture, I love everything about culture. Like, what I mean is, it's indiscriminate. American culture is fantastic. So is European culture. I know that's a big group. American culture is a big group too. You know, Canadians and then Mexicano, etc. So trying to reach a level of empathy with someone who spends most of their time compartmentalizing and dissociating is very difficult for me to trust. Not that I don't respect them. They always have my respect. I freely give respect. Respect for me is not earned. It's lost. So people have my respect by default for being human. Trust is a whole different story. Trust is earned. And it's earned through levels of compassion. And language learning is no different. So how does this tie back to language learning? You can glean a lot of these things off of the way someone learns something. The way someone who is multicultural learns something is not quite, it's very different from someone who learns, and I'm not saying they're not incapable of learning the same way. Oh, humans have the potential. They can potentially learn in any way they like. All of these individuals are not like special. They're not incapable of empathizing and exercising compassion. It's their choices and their experience that manages what they do typically. So these things give it away, right? When someone says, oh yeah, that's not how I learn. Like compartmentalization. If they're wrong, they're like, oh, wait, sorry, I'm not compartmentalizing. I noticed that you could do this with this thing using your method. Not compartmentalizing. So it's the number and specific amount of evidence that would support one or the other. It's not zeros and ones. That's the evidence of compartmentalization. Not that that person is entirely compartmentalizing. So when you don't talk in the context of the way someone speaks or learns or what is being observed, that's projection. You're projecting. You're not being compassionate in the sense of being compassionate to what they're doing, right? So like, you're doing it wrong. Projection. I've never seen this way of doing it. Can you explain to me how you're doing it currently? Because I'm not familiar with this. Compassion, right? And that it feeds really back into language learning. So that is one of the joys, in my opinion, one of the joys of experiencing learning like games and talking about different languages and culture. You have this discussion very, very frequently. It's incredibly enriching. The idea that the world is paved with so many languages, which is tied to culture, right? Okay, so that's kanji, right? And then we have to do a dive into words. And then one last topic on Boonpro, and that deals with output as a source of input and input as a source of output. So we'll have to dive that here too. For this one, the next routine is vocabulary, right? Vocabulary is next. So vocabulary, not that, it's vocabulary is not directly tied to characters. So the character routine. Now we look at, for Japanese, is we look at kana. Is there kana? Right? And usually in terms of WaniKani, kana is an ending, but we'll say kana. And then we look at the characters. Right, that's step one. And this is looking for the embedded Duolingo, right? Embedded Duolingo and WaniKani stuff. So that now we're doing meaning. Largely just meaning. Actually, we don't do meaning first. We actually do read first. So read. Potential reads. Step 2. And then the meaning. And we're talking about character meanings. Step 3. Character meanings. So the kanji. Not the vocabulary word. The vocabulary word is later. So then we would read the mnemonic. This is specifically for encoding. So we're talking about encoding still. I don't know how much I'm going to do for reviews. I don't think reviews are that necessarily that much different. Review is a combination of these things. So the mnemonic, and then when we look at the mnemonic, then we do the adjustment, right? Adjustment or association. There is one loop that deals with practice, and we'll cover that hopefully. What time is it? 3:46. All right, I got a little carried away with the whole like dissociative and associative stuff. We might cut the other stuff for now. Save it for a day 500 review, I suppose. All right, so for kana and characters, we know that there are terms that use kana, and then there are terms that use the characters, especially when it comes to like jukugo versus things like verbs, right? Verbs and or like それでも だから things like that. So you look at it and you determine the read. That's what I do. This is the order that I currently do. A character, say like, let's take a one that would have something. So this would be an example from recent one. Uh, did I miss a stroke? I'm not sure if I missed a stroke. Fine. Good enough. Right? Bakarashi. Right? Bakarashi. So, we'll fill it in. So right now we have kana. So rashi. Right? So this is the kana portion. And then these are the characters. Then I would look for read. So the read would be referring to the kanji read, not the kana read. So kanji, I already know from, so this exposure would give you baka, right? Does that help? We got baka, right? This would then convert everything to kana, but this would give me the read. Then we look at the meaning, and meaning, this is before we even read the mnemonics. So the common pattern. So this would be idiot or foolish or fool, right? And then this would be e adjective, possibly. And those are part of meaning, right? And then we look at the mnemonic. So the mnemonic would be then to relate the two characters if they haven't already related, but there is an association here. And the association for WaniKani is that this does mean idiot. And then the idiot is this, or like stupid, or ignorant or foolish, would then be the association. But if we go back to this would have a mnemonic about a horse and a deer. Right? So this is a layered context. This ending is often, it's an ending that identifies it as an adjective and probably an e adjective, right? So then the horse and the deer would have the mnemonic that combines with this mnemonic, and then we would adjust then to that. Now, alternatively, which I didn't choose one that has a Chinese meaning, but there is also the addition of when we get to this part, right? When we get to this part, there's still Hanzahiro. So in many times, the vocabulary word is also tied to Chinese. So in this case, I'm not quite sure if baka also means that. So I've already triggered this, so no associations yet. However, you can imagine that a different word, a different character will have very similar overlapping vocabulary, and we can leverage all of that. And that means this is the stacking using the Duolingo embedded thing. I asked myself, is there something else that sounds like it, means like it, looks like it? And that's where we get that similar thing. And without going into much more detail, this is still, right? This is still horse in Hanzahiro, and this is still deer in Hanzahiro. And this is ma. And this is lu. So ma and lu. And all of this stuff still is available to me. So we can still go and do ma lu. Maybe. But actually, I'm kind of curious. Uh, it does mean fool and idiot. Well, not particularly actually. I don't know. It says it just says Japanese aka, so I don't know if that's something that Chinese would use, honestly, because there are plenty of like sa shagua and stuff instead. Oh, there, James. So that's the vocabulary adjustments. I don't think there's anything particularly more about the vocabulary adjustments for now. So now would be a great segue into where Boompro fills in, right? So I gone over WaniKani, and usually this is where I would talk about future additions or refinement. And this is as refined as we can get when it comes to the encoding. Now, encoding has taken another leap. You got some kind of a big mind brain map storming happening today? Maybe. I mean, that's what the 400 day is. We're reviewing largely. So now we have a new routine that's kind of tentative. So we're just going to write it in purple. This is the tentative state of things. So right now you can see that for the vocabulary, kanji, and radical, for their lessons, the encoding routine is going from the characters, the radicals, or the characters, and forming a meaning and a retrieval, right? And the practice, when it comes to practice, so encoding and practice or review overlaps in these beginning stages. These are all still being practiced. Now, when it comes to the direction, it's only going in one direction. You can kind of see that it's kind of going in one direction for the predominant way of WaniKani. During WaniKani, I have often tried to go in reverse direction. So from time to time, I would go in the reverse and try to complement because if you enter in a different place, you should be able to reverse it. Or when you enter, like if you enter here, you should be able to go both directions, right? Anywhere you enter, there should be a way to get around that. Now, this is an exercise that I do when people don't want to construct or come up with new clever linear ways to go about it. This creates non-linearity, where you enter, wherever you enter, you go in divergent directions. I did this like seldomly, occasionally here and there, like Chinese and Japanese going back and forth as well. Now, because of that, it's under practiced. Now, there is a really big gap in this scenario, which is how practice happens. So we're talking about practice now, and I spell practice as practive. So practice is review. And in WaniKani, the routine, let's say, in WaniKani's practice, it is presented as Japanese. Then you do the read, right? For me personally, this is how we go about read. Then we translate. And this would be the Japanese anything. The Japanese anything. So specifically, we're focusing on vocabulary. Right. And that uses this workflow up here when it comes to encoding for lessons, which is very similar. So when you do this translation, what's happening is you're going in one direction, and that is that represents, like, I'm gonna say 90% of the line of thinking. It rarely goes this way, where you take the translation and find the read, then see the representation, like produce the representation of the Japanese vocabulary. So it rarely goes this way, rarely. So this is where our current stack of BoomPro is being used. So now we have BoomPro and their vocabulary. So BoomPro is going this direction. And they have one additional step. So it's more like a wiggle. I should write it further to the right. So BoomPro is going to give you a sentence. The default one that I'm using right now, because this is still tentative, right? They'll give you a sentence within their translation, and then you are conforming to the read of the target read. The target read and the target vocabulary. Right. And this would be, so when we say translate, we have to modify this. So this would be the English, and then it would move to a Japanese. So you have the English and Japanese motion for the sentence, for the sentence motion, right? And now the workflow is connecting the reverse. So in terms of vocabulary, that's how we're doing it. We are augmenting in a way that the default, and right now for me, this is the default. So this represents 90% of the vocabulary read, where you're reading, you see a sentence in both Japanese and English, where English has the translated target, as well as the rest of the Japanese sentence, right? And what I typically do now is I do the reverse. I know the translation and I know the rest of the Japanese sentence. I'm looking for the target read. I enter the target read, and in this case, the input method is type, right? It's using technically Unomoji. And because it's typing, it's using typing from a Roman keyboard, right? Roman keyboard. And then you produce the target, and then it suggests the thing. Right now, when I'm doing encoding, so not only is this the exercise, so this is the practice. BoomPro's current encoding has a change because I'm only 40 days in. We'll probably cover most of this in the BoomPro's, like whenever I decide to do the tentative takes for BoomPro. But how BoomPro is encoded for vocabulary is BoomPro is going to introduce the Japanese vocabulary word. I specifically look at the Japanese vocabulary word, so you can see the parallel with WaniKani, right? I go through the lessons, and this is typically 20 lessons a day. I'll go over all of this in the BoomPro's tentative take, but 20 lessons a day. And then I read, so I go back and read BoomPro's summary. And when I'm reading the summary, I'm doing the embedded Duolingo WaniKani routine now. And that Duolingo WaniKani routine is visual, audio, and tactile, which is what I described today in the beginning. So I read the summary, I have to visualize the WaniKani Duolingo embedded routine. which is now everything up here. Everything up here is going to go off of my visualization, then the sound, and then the meaning. Right? Once we get the visual, audio, and tactile, the summary is where the meaning is coming from. And then what happens is then I adjust. I adjust through association. So now I skip a step. I see the encoding of the Japanese vocabulary, so that's where the WaniKani and BoomPro overlaps. Where like I look at the characters, like, can I still do WaniKani? This is the WaniKani embedded. Can I still do WaniKani? I look at the Japanese character, the vocab, and I'm like, all right, that's fair. Then I go back. And read BoomPro's translated meaning. And when I'm reading the translated meaning, I'm recalling. So this is active recall. This is active recall. Using my visual sense, auditory in my head. So like I would hear it in my head, and I would use tactility, which is I typically use handwriting. So like when I'm thinking of like hito, right? Me, like me, right? And then I would actively recall what that is attached to this meaning, BoomPro's meaning, and then adjust afterwards, which is there a adjustment for meaning? Because that's what BoomPro is offering. BoomPro is offering meaning. Now, there's also sound. We also adjust for pitch accent, which is a very minor point. It's a little bit more of a minor point because I rely on hearing. So whenever I say something and I hear it, I can also elicit the meaning, and they provide the pitch accent notation for that. And then all the alternative meaning. So then there's still one adjustment, and that deals with the practice situation. So the practice situation, there's additional encoding. The sentences can trigger a alt meaning. I'm going to call them the alt meaning because they're not secondary or tertiary. They're alternative meanings. And the alt meanings will have to be adjusted on the fly. So instead of reading the alternative definitions during the encoding, which I will explain more in BoomPro, just know that all the vocabulary words, they'll have different meanings. I totally get that. But it's going to be by a case-by-case basis with the sentence by adjusting to it. And that's where we account for that. So right now, this is the routine to cover what I think WaniKani has a weakness. You can call it a weakness if you're looking for it, but I don't think it's a weakness. It's by design. So WaniKani does not emphasize what I'm using BoomPro for. And I'm not using BoomPro to encode the things that WaniKani has already embellished. So what happens is I'm triggering WaniKani, embedding Duolingo, and then adjusting specifically for what BoomPro is associating with it, and in the reverse order. So trying to elicit the reverse order. So my output and my input are reverse now. Now my input is the Japanese, the translated partial Japanese sentences, and the translated Japanese sentences with the target translated word. WaniKani is the other way around. WaniKani gives you the Japanese word, and I've placed the sentence, the context sample sentence underneath, and I use it when I can't get the word itself, right? So that's largely the reverse direction. And I've done that so much that it's interesting to go backwards, because now when you go backwards, this thing happens. The alternative meaning, synonyms, the Duolingo thing. The Duolingo embedded thing gets triggered far more often, because you can see that it is going to be pertinent to understand overlapping words, synonyms, homonyms, right? Whenever you're producing something that has a target word, you can think of multiple target words that suit that. Even homonyms, so like homonyms can be a thing. It's possible. So now we have this, which I'll talk about again in BoomPro. But this is what we're currently doing with WaniKani. So when WaniKani comes up, I know the reverse. And it may or may not come into play, but the idea is now it will be reinforced in a way that doesn't overlap with WaniKani. It complements WaniKani. I don't necessarily focus on that. And then BoomPro, obviously, we'll save it for BoomPro. BoomPro has a grammar section, so we're not leveraging. We leverage grammar in a little bit in WaniKani before BoomPro. One of the things are patterns that other patterns that are less common. So we have the miscellaneous category, which is like something that has a stem equating to the noun, right? There's that happens in WaniKani when they're introducing words. There's also partial phrases that use particle phrases. I just call them particle phrases, but they're words that have a particle in them, right? So there's lots of exceptions, like also like onyomi, like jukuko, right? Jukuko stuff. Adjectives, identifying adjectives, identifying verbs. There's still grammar related things that I have relied on through WaniKani's, like looking at patterns, right? It's very similar to how I can use smaller radicals to predict possibly readability and carrying their phonetic, if there's phonetic radicals in the character or alignment with Chinese. All of that there's still a huge miscellaneous category that I intuit largely now. Like for example, pitch accent intuition. Oftentimes whenever I do lessons in encoding, I'm like, that's probably kyose, right? Like something like that. You can kind of feel where it is. Like that's definitely kame, right? That's could be kinu versus kinu, but I think it's likely more kinu, right? Those patterns still exist in WaniKani, but they're not done in the context of a sentence. And it was only recently that I added pitch accent charts to WaniKani, but that's also farmed from something else. And BoomPro seems to have definitively decided when certain things are split. So I'm kind of curious if they do account for splits. And that's on top of everything else, which is great because that helps me do this, connect my visual with my auditory. I can visually see the pitch accent diagram with the kana that lines up with my audio feedback. So when I'm pronouncing things, it lines up with my pitch, my perception of pitch. And that's all part of doing. If I have to say the word to my sub anyways, or I have to imagine the kana, or have to write the kanji, I might as well also visualize the pitch accent and also speak aligned to the pitch accent. All of this stuff is not that I'm doing extra work. It's more like a a layering of one action so that the action itself does more work, but with less trade-off in time. I'm not doing them separately. I don't compartmentalize, which is why I spent so much time talking about the importance of association versus you relying on techniques of compartmentalization, dissociation. You're like kind of trying to marry and associate all the actions together. And then you can choose to pay attention to specific things. It's the uniformity and the holistic coming together of the wires, right? When I say something, I also can write the pitch accent out, or what I'm attempting to say. Even if it's a wrong pitch accent, I can write the pitch accent that I spoke, right? If I'm saying kinu, what am I saying? That's otaka, right? Kinu, atamadaka, right? Right? Kaeru, 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 right? So all of those things should be able to do all of them because they start getting closer and closer together in their wiring. So that's kind of the technique. When you go forward, you should be able to go backwards. When you jump into the middle, you should be able to go both directions. The idea is that they are one in the same, eventually. And Boom Pro is being used for that. So there's one last thing to talk about before we end. And the practice, this is our practice, right? Our practice routine right here. And I've already covered this in previous. It hasn't changed too much from the 300-day one, so we'll briefly cover it to for completion's sake. So practice has another loop. There's another subroutine for practice. Practice has to test retention, and then retention is an output, and that output has to lead to new input. I don't sit with just output most of the time when there are problems. So the current routine for the subroutine, before it used to be everything, non-negotiable, we had to practice this routine. But now this is the new subroutine. And that is when you have practice. So when you're doing your practice routine, so that's the first steps here, right, in WaniKani. When it triggers, right, when it triggers an error, I already talked about how I measure error. Error is based on a tier system, right? This is the intuition. Right, intuition, a stop, a re-trigger, and a blank. So this is the tier of its error. The most common would be the intuition test. The intuition test would then spawn the mnemonics, right? All our mnemonic tricks. And then it would be tested again, which causes a pause and a stop. And then it would go back. It can end here. But then if the mnemonic is not sufficient, then we would re-trigger it for later, which is later. And then eventually it would lead to blank, which hasn't happened in a very long time. Right, a blank hasn't happened in very long. Now we're talking about like the less than 1%, largely because of this. So when an error occurs, and an error is not wrong or right, so I want to make sure that this is what an error is to me. It's not how fast or slow you went, whether you got it right or wrong in the end is where did the error happen? Where did I fall off the railing, right? So Is it at the intuition? Like if I type something and intuitively I thought of something incorrect, that's a nature of error that is very quick, so it comes off as first. When I stop and review my mnemonics and I still get an error, is a failure of my mnemonics and association. So I mapped something insufficiently, or it doesn't have enough coverage, or it's wired incorrectly, right? That takes time. It usually comes in two. Retriggering is when the above does not work, so I moved it to later in order to repeat the same two steps again. Sometimes retriggering can then just become intuition error. So retriggering helps you space out in case there's a line of thinking that keeps like you zone out or something like that, right? And then blank is easily one of the worst and most undesirable. It means that something got lost, and that rarely happens, and I'm going to explain why it rarely happens, at least in my opinion. So when I understand the nature of my error, which there are plenty of other variances, but these are the most common ones, except for the last one. The first three covers like 90% of the errors. So we have a subroutine for errors. What happens is then I note this. So I actually have a notepad opened on the side, and I type the notepad and I make a note of it for later. And what I would write would be the most incomplete inputs. I would write the domaji. I would write the domaji on my notes. That's it. Like I would write, like if it was kaisu, right? If it was kaisu, I would literally write that's what I would write. Type in my notes, because it's a combination of convenience and whatnot. Notepad, I don't like toggling between different IMEs and whatnot. I don't bother with that because it serves another function. But I write in Nomaji and I wait to the end. So when we get to the end, when I get to the end of my session, so now we have end of practice, right? Then we do active recall. And it's been a while for WaniKani, but this is what I would continue to do most of the time. So we do active recall. And active recall would flow off the Udomaji. So we go here. And now we would do active recall. And now you're wondering, well, if you only wrote Udomaji, how would you remember this? That's the challenge. If it was an error that I made, and this should be the only recalling that I need. I'm not writing it because I'm copying what the answer is. I'm writing it to try to trigger what it is that I need to walk back on. So I walk back from this. And what happens is active recall would require that I would hear it. So this is a hearing. So this is the read. The hearing, it would should allow me to come up with a read. Now, you might be thinking, hearing and reading, they're the same, right? No, because there are reads. Because pitch accent. And also, Udomaji, like look at Udomaji, it has multiple reads. So I have to recall what the reads are in order to form the kanji. Or in other words, the word. Or whatever I'm trying to remember. Let's just say the Japanese. And through that, I must also now recall what the error was. Right? And depending on the type of error, I adjust my mnemonics to address this error. And the error is not necessarily the nature of the intuition, the stop, or the retrigger, but it is the context of the error. And what does the degree have anything to do with? Then it would create the intensity. So this right here tells me the intensity of which I have to recontext the error with my new mnemonic. And that's what I do. I do that for Hanzahiro. I do that for Boom Pro. That's my association loop. Most of my errors, mistakes, there's an output. This is the output. I evaluate the output, make a note of it, make a minimalistic note of it, induce myself to create an active recall, try to go through the loop again, right? Try to go through the loop again, and then edit. Create. This serves as a new input for the new mnemonic. And I have multiple mnemonics, which goes back to my WaniKani, my Duolingo. This is the adjustment. This is called the adjustment, right? Which is part of every single step. At the end, you make an association adjustment at all times. So I do that for every single error that I make, like to a varying degree, right? When in Hanzahiro, I would say something like, this is a pass for now. Like, I can see that this would work out for the time being. This is problematic. I should work on this. So I have priorities. The intensity of the context, the intensity of the error correction, or not really necessary error correction, but taking the error and making it as part of the mnemonic is what I'm doing. So when I know where I'm getting stuck on, that sticking point is the mnemonic thing that I make adjustments for. So if it gets stuck on fingers, for example, like in Hanzahiro, I do this a lot more for Hanzahiro than WaniKani, largely because Boom Pro is kind of complementing the WaniKani thing. For like Hanzahiro, it's a fingers. Like I keep staring at the fingers in the radical fingers in this character, and I'm like, I have no idea what that's belonging to. So when I get stuck on it, I write about it. It's the thing that I got stuck on. So then it doesn't come back, or it is unlikely to come back. I do not change. I do not wipe my brain from all the other parts. Like all the other parts exist. So you don't start from scratch one. Like, for example, I observe this quite a lot in people who are correcting their errors. The phrase I would say is they're erasing their errors, which means what? They're dissociating from their errors. Dissociating from their errors. So usually this is a okay way to learn, but to me this means that you don't necessarily learn from your errors. You replace them. And that works. You know, you replace them is fine. This, in my opinion, is the most common way to avoid problems. I'm using my words really carefully. Avoid problems. And this is synonymous with the word fix. That doesn't fix anything. I'm going to be very direct with you. When you avoid problems, you don't fix them. You simply ignore them until they come up again. So if they never come up again, then technically you fixed it. Like, you know, if it's a rare problem, right? Like, for example, most of the time you're hoping that, oh, this is a blanking moment, right? You blanked, right? And that's a rare moment. It should be rare. Like, it's going to happen only once in a while. It's no big deal. You look up the right answer and it fixes itself, right? It fixes itself. No, you're replacing it. You're avoiding the problem. You're replacing it with the right answer. So what you do is anything that came before it is not valuable. Like, and it doesn't have to be, because if it's rare, it doesn't have any, it has very few value. So that's valid. It's an incredibly valid and efficient way. Now, what happens if this was your error? If intuition was your error, then it's going to come up very often. So when you look up a correct answer and the same trigger is an intuition error, that intuition error may be common to many other words, not just that one word. And that requires a fix. And the way I perceive fix is association. So you associate the trigger to the solution, quote, quote, like to the change that is required for you to get the right answer, or the desired effect. Not really the right answer, but the desired effect that you want. So how I know this occurs quite often is whenever someone does this thing where they would do their Anki deck, which again, this is anecdotal from previous experiences, observing someone. They would make an error and they hope that doing the same thing the second time around would get them the answer. And it usually does, because what happens is short-term memory can retain the error, but not the nature of the error, right? You're not understanding the nature of the error. You're using repetition and recognition to avoid the error. So you can do that. You can still do that, as well as address any common errors, like procedural errors. Procedural errors will come up consistently enough that your investment in that procedural error can provide more consistency over time. So this person made this procedural error, and I spent some time like, so what stopped you there? What specifically stopped you there? And it's like, I don't know, I blanked. Like, it's a blank. So I just look at the answer, and then if it comes back, it's less of a blank. All right. So we let the person do that for a couple of weeks, and then we come back, and then they are still blanking on words. And I'm like, that's the word you had 3 weeks ago. That's also 2 weeks ago. And it's also 1 week ago. So the person keeps blanking on rarer. So it's a small percentage, right? It's like maybe less than 3%. And that's admirable. It's less than 3% that they keep blanking on. But the problem doesn't go away, right? Even if it's rare, the problem doesn't go away. It stays largely the same. That doesn't prevent you from learning Japanese enough to plug that weakness, because if you engage in other different forms of input and output, the problem will patch itself up. It will like create an alternative fix. That's an intuitive way of fixing your gaps. So whenever you ask yourself, oh yeah, I have a persistent problem, is it persistent enough to prevent you from engaging in other outputs and inputs in order to patch it up? If you're not doing anything else, then I would be able to see that. I would be able to observe it. And the person that few people that I've been observing, that error comes up consistently. So whenever they come and ask, they ever tell me like, oh, I've been doing so-and-so and so-and-so to learn, I wouldn't believe them. It would be very unlikely that I would believe you. But none of those, like, those individuals don't say that. They say, oh, I only have enough time to do this. It's like, okay, that's fair. Now, like, because if they only have time to do that, there's no other sources to intuitively patch up that error. And that's what I mean by this loop, this like subroutine that I have is to patch up errors because there's a chance that I won't have time to do anything else. So how do you improve on something that will come up if you're not relying on the intuition that you're going to haphazardly and or luckily patch it up somewhere else? This is what I do. And this is not language learning specific. This is how I learn how to troubleshoot my experiments. You know, like experiments are consistently closed off loops that require outside inputs and other peer review system. So oftentimes when I'm with myself and I'm doing this, this is the self-evaluation loop. How do you improve when there is a limit to the information that you can apply? Now in Japanese and language learning and self-study, not so much. There is a limitation on methodology though. So when you do not have a self-evaluating loop or any form of error correction, and you're operating in a situation where it is unique enough that you don't have the solution, then you can practice problem solving. This would be an idea of problem solving skills and critical thinking skills. You become aware of errors that you make as you're going. So this is not a simple, like for me, this is not a simple exercise in a new routine. This is explaining a routine that I use for most things. When I make an error in video games, the first thing I think about is, oh wait, let's just do it again and maybe it won't happen again. That's not what I think about. I rarely ever think about it that way. Or, oh, you know, it'll be better next time. I'm like, no, like I would be a little upset and perturbed, like for me personally, not the other person. I would be a little upset if the problem just randomly goes away and I'm like, what happens if it comes back in you know, inauspicious time? So most of the time I have subroutines for all my errors, and those subroutines are not laborious to me. They are intuitive. They are the standards of which I pave my process in. This part, I know it's the shorter part of everything. I've covered this part like 2 or 3 times already, like at day 200 and day 300. We'll cover it in Boom Pro. We'll cover it in another 7 days on the 400 day of Hanza Hero. So all of these things will be covered again in the context of Hanza Hero in 7 days. And then probably the beginning of March, where we end our N5 vocabulary and N5 grammar, that will cover what am I doing for Boom Pro's thing, because Boom Pro, the context will change. And the order in which the self-evaluation loop is going to change. Is it important to be able to show all this, like write all this? No, it's not. I'm doing it because I like instructing. So I want to be very clear that this doesn't necessarily make things easier nor more efficient, and it probably is not going to change your life. The idea is, for me, I do this because I need to communicate with people I want to help, or people who ask me to help or consult, right? So all of this is practice. So this is the number one. So this is the number one reason all of this is the output of what I want to stream. So my content, like someone asked me, so what's the purpose of your content? Or what if you had to distill the purpose of recording yourself and monitoring yourself for like 400 days? What is the end game? What is your goal. This is the number one goal right here. Like, I can do this when I'm sleeping. I can do this when I'm on a bad day. If this sounds exhaustive and like too deep, like very hard to remember all this, like how all this things, like keep these things straight, I do this. This is my specialty, in my opinion. Like if there's anything that has caused that I have learned from my PhD, right? And I rarely refer to my degree. What is the most valuable concept of having a PhD? This. You can understand, organize, and instruct. You can take whatever an existing system, you can modify it, troubleshoot it, and iterate and create and build on it. You can choose to discard things or associate things at will, because that's what you had to do to create a thesis. Like, you had to troubleshoot day in and day out. You had to gain new inputs from existing and current and concurrent research. You're constantly updating your research while iterating on your moving experiment, which then needs to take in the insight of the new input while generating output in order to troubleshoot the output while integrating the new information. And then all of this has to be responsible in communicating to your colleagues and future collaborators, all at the same time when everything is still moving forward. Nothing is static, right? When you're working on research, all your current things, all your current problems, you don't get to start over. Like, I know there are really rare moments and luxuries, like being well funded or being a superstar or having autonomy, but the vast majority don't get to start over. So whenever I hear someone say, I'm going to learn Japanese, and it's like, I took a break for 3 months, now I'm just starting over. That is not a consequence of critical thinking and problem solving skills. It's a consequence of privilege, in my opinion, privilege and a lack of critical thinking and problem solving skills. You rarely ever start over after doing something. If you do, in my opinion, you're compartmentalizing. You're dissociating the opportunity to learn from what you have because you have judged it worthless, valueless, and insignificant. And hear me out, that does not mean it's a bad thing. Legitimately, starting over and discarding something can help you dissociate. Dissociation is a powerful skill. Remember, it can get rid of bad feelings. It can get rid of trauma. It can get rid of cynicism, right? When you choose that something is invaluable, know that it is both. You lose the opportunity to learn, grow, and iterate on your mistakes just as much as if it becomes an impediment, a source of a bad habit that will plague you for the rest of your life. That's what how powerful dissociation is. And that, in my opinion, is the primary way people solve problems. And it's the primary way that they, in my opinion, think they are learning something. You do not learn things by forgetting they never existed. You do not learn things and how things are connected and associated by dissociating them and compartmentalizing them. You can learn about the compartmentalized things, for sure, that's still viable. It doesn't give you any insight to how things are related to each other when you decide to compartmentalize them. Like when someone says, oh, I learned from my mistakes, I basically now know to avoid it. I'm like, that's not learning from your mistakes. That's avoiding your mistakes. You didn't address anything. You used the powerful tool that is dissociation. You removed the trigger and thing away from you. It's super powerful to make you forget something, not learn from it. When you learn from something, you rarely forget it. That's the paradox here. When someone says they learned something and they forgot what it is that they learned from, they didn't learn from that. They learned something else, but it's clearly not that. Like, how do I know I'm learning from my mistakes? I never forget them. Legitimately, when someone tells me like, oh, has it, like Procall asked me this before. He asked me, have you, I don't know, I don't mean any offense, but have you ever been like called a jerk? I was like, yeah, I have, plenty of times. I can tell you where those mistakes are, or like how the nature of those mistakes, because my ability to see those now is because I remember how they happened. They were the core to how I now speak. Like whenever someone says like, oh, why do you always bring up your, your past when you're thinking about how well adjusted you are in communication now? It's because I was maladjusted socially. That those are my lessons I keep with me. And because I understand those, I'm still able to compassionately relate to that age to some extent. Not very well emotionally, but at least I can contextually still measure them. So when you earnestly think, in my opinion, it's a human condition personally, if you think you learn from your mistakes, it is very, very difficult to forget what that mistake is. In fact, it is the very nature that you will remember something if you actually learned from that mistake. So for example, how do I remember Adu and Idu? The difference between Adu and Idu, it was because of a mistake, and it wasn't even because of a mistake I made. It was a presumption that someone made about me that was a mistake. And through that discussion of that, I know the person's name, I know when they did it, what time they did it, and I'll still have a hard time forgetting the difference between Adu and Idu. So learning from any mistake or any point, when you're learning from it, it is very difficult to forget it. Now there's a difference, because there are people who say, oh, I learned from my mistakes, now I remember this word. And then when I ask them, do you know what that mistake is? They're like, oh, it's been a long time, I've forgotten it. I don't think they learned from that mistake. What they learned was from repetition. They learned from repetition and recognition, which is perfectly adequate. Like what I mean is, the nature is that you don't have to always learn from your mistakes to improve or be successful. I'm not saying it's the goated response to everything. It's a lot of time. You use up a lot of time. You might end up hyper focusing on these things, and it can lead to hang-ups. So if you're someone who's like depressive, manic, or like have a high functioning hyperfixation, that can sound like it's debilitating and frankly highly improbable to negotiate. So that's perfectly fine. I mean, I would make a counter argument that I believe I have mania and hyperfixation. However, I can still work towards negotiating how to understand and fixate on errors when I need to, when I want to, right? So maybe that is a form of encouragement for those situations. But when someone says they learn from a mistake, it is really difficult to forget the mistake. You can still, in the act of fixing a mistake, learn through repetition, or learn through intuition, or learn through something that is multi-exposure, but it is not necessarily, and it's going to be unlikely, that it was the mistake that you learn from, but something else in the process of focusing on that mistake, which is good as well. It's awesome. Like, it's great that you serendipitously corrected it, because if you're thinking about a science experiment, right? If you think about a science experiment, and what you do is you repeat the science experiment, and somehow it just magically works the second time. the chances of me publishing that or ever even thinking that it's a reliable result is 0%. That's how I feel the majority of people on the internet use information and learn and think they're learning from something. It's haphazardly, in my opinion, like more than 50%. We're not talking about like an overwhelming percent. I'm saying 1 out of 2, at least greater than 1 out of 2. When they fix errors and they change errors, it's spurious, confounded data. That's how they create feedback. They do the thing again, and if it doesn't happen, then it magically fixed itself. And then because it magically fixed themselves, they don't concern about learning from why it happened in the first place. It's disinteresting. You move on. You make an error. If you do it again and it doesn't occur, everything's fine. You just go on. It's like, oh, I fixed it. I'm like, okay, can you explain to me how you fixed it? Like, oh, I turned the computer off and I turned the computer back on. It fixed itself. Right? That's, by the way, that's this one, retrigger. Retrigger is the tier 3 fix right here. So when you come back and you like look again, maybe it'll fix itself. While retrigger can happen, I take a note of intuition and stops. So like in order to get down here, I have to also do all of these things above. So every time I'm re-triggering, I already took note of what it is that stopped me in the first place or what intuition block that I have. That is the idea. So whenever someone asks me, well, what do you think is the... so let's say you're taking an advice from a guru, right? You're taking advice from a guru. Oh, I don't want to write that. Well, you're taking advice from someone. If someone says, oh, do this because I have problems with it as well, my first question is, okay, so can you describe to me the instance in which you have a problem? Can you give me an example so that you can illustrate if our problems are the same, right? Or like, can you illustrate the problem so that it demonstrates to me that you understand what the nature of that error is and how you actually fixed it? If the answer is, well, you know, I did this in order to do it. And I'm like, okay, well, thanks for your inputs, but I did not learn anything from that. I really do appreciate, though, like, I don't want to diminish it. I really do appreciate that you're providing unsolicited word of caution, right? And I will keep that in mind. That's the best I can do. But since I don't know the nature of how they made the error or where it came from, I can't ascertain how relevant that information is ever going to be. However, what I can do is respectfully keep that in mind, right? And see if I could answer the question myself. So why do I take people's advice if I don't trust them? Let's just say that, right? Because a lot of people would say like, well, you don't trust them. Why would they ever believe that you listen to them? It's because when I see it occur, I will go back to that person and ask them, hey, I remember you mentioned this, and this part actually triggered this thing that seems similar. Do you think this is similar to, do you remember it? And the reason why I'm illustrating it is because that person might have intuited the problem. When they intuited the problem, they are likely to have relied on trigger and recognition and repetition. So if I can produce an error and it fits their symptom, I can demonstrate the error and show them and see if they recognize that is it. Right? That is in my opinion, one of the quintessential gaps between someone who's a problem solver and someone who avoids problems. Someone who avoids problems gets results too. Like both sides, they can get results, obviously. But I am far more interested in the nature of people's problems or my own problems so that I can have fewer of them. Not because And here, fewer of the ones that I'm working on, but there are no shortage of problems. I can assure you that there are no shortage of in it lifetimes worth of things. So I'm not worried about solving all my problems or solving everyone else's problems. There's a limitless supply. That's why science was so awesome, provided that you had money and flexibility and people not dictating what you can or cannot care about, or like recognize that you are apprehensive about everything you do. There's a lot of other things that kind of flowed into why I'm not a scientist like at the moment, but that's besides the point. We're working on it, we're doing things. When someone says they have a problem, the first question I'm going to ask them is, can you describe the nature of the problem, when it happened, why it happened, and what is it that you did that you think is associated with that problem? And then tell me, how'd you get that advice from that solution and that action, and how that is related to my current situation, of which I can describe to you or you can describe to me, in order to show that those two situations are the same thing or very similar, in which it makes that advice applicable to me, because I will do the same for you. That's what I would say when someone has already trusted me. Like when someone asks me a question in private and then they ask me a question, like they sit there and they explain things, that person gets everything I can possibly do. Like you're gonna sit there, we're gonna commit to this, right? We're gonna talk, we're gonna exchange things. We don't give up, right? Giving up on people sucks. I rarely ever give up on someone who's already committed. It's very different when you get someone that comes by, says something, and rarely supports their advice, right? It is the nature of the internet. When you get advice online, the idiom, right? When someone posts on subreddit, hey, what do you think of investing in this company? The first most responsible thing that will commonly come up is, you may want to go seek an expert who is also paid to help you with this. Because at minimum, you would have to reflect on professionalism and obligation of the other person. Because otherwise, you have no way of vetting the reliability of that advice online. There is no vetting involved. That is one of the 101s about taking advice. And yet, there are a whole generation of kids that grow up and they would do something that could possibly put them in the hospital. They could possibly put them in the emergency room, right? Or live a life of, like, I don't know, dysphoria or something. That's kind of the world we live in now. And I know that sounds a little morbid and maybe a little foreboding, but there is a silver lining. I like to believe there's a silver lining. Where there is problems, where there are problems, and when they are like chaotically reaching a tipping point, there are problem solvers, right? And fingers crossed, like I'm very optimistic. Like there's one thing that I'm quite optimistic about when it comes to the human condition, and that's my naivety, and I take that responsibility to my grave, is that I do believe in the human potential. I believe that humans rarely ever operate at their potential, and when they do, is often during a time of trending crises or something that's coming to a tipping point. And one of them is the lack of critical thinking skills and problem solving skills in every imaginable context, right? When someone says, why are you making a big deal about video games? It's not that deep, bro. That person has video games locked down. They're probably more negotiating their real life stuff like jobs and stuff. But change that person into a Gen Z, shut in, who's still trying to look for a job. That video game is everything. It's their potential for their future, is how they're gonna spin out to learn how to socialize. It might be the way they productively create something in the future. You don't know. So that is kind of where we are right now, or how I feel about it. And That is the number one reason. This is the number one reason. It doesn't have to be about language learning. It deals with your fitness programs. Like, this is how I learned to run every single day of my life for over 3 years now. Every day. Every single day. Okay, there technically it's a disclaimer because that Otakon day, you know, like this right here, the 5-day Otakon day, that is consistent. That is the thing that's consistent. So technically, I do not run during those days. I stand around for like 8 hours and walk around for like 8 hours. But nevertheless, we stay active. We do that. We hit the ground running. We adjust as we go. Because the dynamics of problems and solving and getting more info is different from sitting there drinking up and consuming as much info as you like and then never getting to use that info. Because humans are creatures of habit. You can get so caught up with collecting data, which, by the way, did happen to me when I was in graduate school. I sat there, I collect data, negative data, constant negative, positive, negative, largely negative data, to the point where by the time I started reflecting in certain places, like doing a routine and using self-evaluation and persistent output and self-evaluation, I've already amassed so much backlog that I legitimately have to pause and juggle and reorganize the things I had to do because I fell so far behind on a rudimentary skill, in my opinion, which is learning how to self-evaluate, look at errors, look at problems, tackling it from a different situation, you know, being dynamic as we're going, right? Problem solvers are dynamic. Performance getters are static thinkers, because what works, they hope that it continues to work really, really well. And there is room in this world for both. Now, whether one is overrepresented and the other is underrepresented, that can very much jostle the balance in the world. Like, if everyone is a single-minded, right? If everyone is a single-minded specialist, what would that world look like? I don't know. In the world that we live in, or like in the internet world, almost nearly all of them will be content creators who play video games. So what do you think they're going to be great at solving? And like associating, or even like exaggerating and fueling each other. They would probably feed back all the errors and all the deficiencies, as well as all the strengths and positivities of that specialized skill. And I mean, it's not that far from the truth when it comes to the internet and content creation. However, I myself, I create content too, I suppose. But does it look the same? I mean, I like to believe that this doesn't look the same. And I also like to believe that my imposter syndrome is really strong, though. I feel like the vast majority of people can do what I do. That's besides the point. I don't know. Really, honestly, I don't go out to confirm my clout or like affirm that what I do is meaningful or not. I do it because I can, and that's kind of what I want to do. So in the next like 5 or 10 years, if I look back and someone's like, oh yeah, still unable to find someone, you know, you get that comment. I get that comment quite often. The rare person who somehow finds their way down to my meandering at 5 a.m. in the morning and say, wow, well, you know, I never engaged in a conversation like this with you, which basically happened 3 days ago with a new person, Mr., who I have yet to ascertain where they're from. Did they say German? I'm not sure. I think it's German. You get that comment. It's like, oh yeah, it's been a while since we had since I've engaged in a conversation of this depth. That's reassuring. But it's also very small, very, very small sample and self-selection. So there's a lot of objective and subjective criticisms for the things, my own perception of my own exceptionalism. However, there are some facts, right? PhD holders represent less than 3% of the world population. Take it for what it is. I know PhDs are not created equal between countries. That makes it all the more interesting that that statistic is so small, right? For example, so if I had to juxtapose between the facts and the objectivity of my exceptionalism, then I would say doing this might only increase my rarity. But here's the double edge. Because I'm willing to accept that premise despite my imposter syndrome willy-nilly, I also accept that there are very few people who would ever care, resonate, or see anything that I say. You might be thinking, possibly, you know, the random person's like, nah, that's not true. I know it's true. Because YouTube does this really wonderful thing. And they track things. Trackers are a great way now for me to understand that my realities are comforting and true in many ways. And that is why when someone asks me, oh, don't you want to like be more popular, or don't you care about teaching people how to problem solve and stuff, it's like, yeah, when people are interested in doing so. I'm not going to go around and start gaslighting people with fear and reservations like, oh man, like in your life you're going to encounter problems that you can't solve. Like, I'm not using that. That's like, personally, that's my prerogative. And I'm happy and I'm content with it because I know that I need to, like, it's required. It's what is interesting. If I wrote, if I wrote for this video that's gonna go up, right? It's like 4 hours of me meandering about my process. If I wrote something like, if you don't watch this video, then you're going to struggle with Japanese language learning. It's probably gonna be very contentious, but it'll definitely get the views done. And I've spoken so much at length that if anyone were to self-select themselves and watch the 4 to 5 hours of me talking about this, most of this stuff is already relevant to the people who are problem solving language learning. Like, they have considered these things, so they're all filled with agreeable things, not hot takes that is easily refutable. Like, someone's gonna come at me and say critical thinking is not necessary for language learning. I think that is really hot. That is an incredibly strong hot take. That person will draw far more criticism than I would. I spent 4 to 5 hours just largely focusing on what I decided to do after 400 days of WaniKani and 300 days of Duolingo. In the greatest summary I can do of that. If you wondered what I would really want to say, what I really want to say is somehow to capture the feeling and the emotions and all the even greater details of over 8,000 hours of language learning. But that's not how humans interact with each other. No one has time to live more than one life. So hear me out. This is my greatest attempt. And there are going to probably be one more of these before we kind of like turn WaniKani into maintenance mode. But this is as brief as it can get, I think. I think it's going to get more complicated over time. Like, for example, I need to come up with a notation of like maybe like a color-coded notation of saying, oh yeah, by the way, this part we're going to abbreviate because it's outside the scope of this. I did this a couple of times. Like, Boom Pro is technically outside the scope of this review, but I kind of added a bit down here in the bottom right. And then Hanzahiro is kind of somewhat outside the scope. So I only wrote Hanzahiro. Right? I only wrote Hanzo. Occasionally I did some like Chinese around here. And this here, I was going to do all of this, but it's outside the scope. So we don't need to. So lots of things are going to be outside the scope. Like this graph that I drew is not quite accurate. It's accurate for the conditions I set. It's the current level and the unique load, not all of it. What's missing on here is what I try to describe over here, the current routine with the excess rotational and staggered SRS, right? So lots of hand wavy things that ultimately I want to raise notice, because those are important factors. When someone sees this graph, they might think, oh, well, that's simple enough. It's like, it's more complicated than that in every stretch of the imagination. However, what I'm trying to inculcate through all this is you. This should be you, or could be you, or would be you in anything you do if you desire to do so. And it can be the easiest thing you do if you want it. That's why I'm optimistic about human potential, because personally, I still want to say this, I'm really not that special when it comes to this stuff. I think humans baseline on average should have some semblance of this, because that's what makes humans special. We can do this. Others, I mean, you can make an argument, maybe some animals and other things can do, but this is the superpower. Yes, you can most definitely, not all people can run, not all people can, and then even thinking is a thing, right? Because it hurts me whenever I see people with neurological disorders or neurodegenerate disease and whatnot. So thankfully that is still incredibly rare, and also maybe in the future that can be less and less of a thing due to science and medical. I follow genetic disorders a lot because it's a great way to understand genetics and like modifications you can make. But besides that, thankfully it's still quite rare, but it's not rare enough. This is like, there's a double edge. In order to understand neurodegeneracy, you need it to be less rare, because then you would be able to solve the problem. See that? So like problems, being a problem solver, right, has the duality. When you don't have enough sample size of a recurring problem, it becomes less and less efficacious or useful. So that's why I acknowledge that when you're thinking about becoming a problem solver and you're solving things, you can discard things that are rarer because they would have less and less, they would have diminished return when it's coming back. Right, and that goes very true with like genetic diseases, trying to solve everyone's particular like physical disabilities, like in science. So that's kind of the part that I really struggled with in science. People study for the most applicable as opposed to the idea of interest, which sounds very familiar, right? Like you want a job that you're interested in, and that's fair. I felt a little entitled as well when I was in science. Nowadays, I take problems as they come. Like my problem solving side just took over. You think it's a small problem, like when someone else thinks that someone else's problem that they're sharing is a small problem, they are not a problem solver. When someone comes to you with a problem, it's probably a problem that's a big deal to them. Otherwise, coming to a stranger about a problem or trusting and showing signs of vulnerability in this day and age is still a taboo, by the way. Like what I mean is it's still stigmatized. So no, like if someone says, oh, that's an easy problem, not a problem solver, more of a grifter and a hustler, in my opinion. When someone tells you that they have a problem and like you have no reason for them to tell you that they have a problem. It's probably a bigger problem than either you or some random person who trivializes someone's problem. So and there's no shortage of that. And language learning certainly presents a lot of problems, and they're very interesting. I hope next year, this year with Boom Pro, and I don't know what else I'm gonna do for the next half of the year, the second half of the year. I hope this brings more things to yap about. I can tell you that I've avoided talking about everything that's unique to Hanzahiro. Like, there are quite a lot of things that are unique for Hanzahiro. It's for next week. Next week is the 400th tentative take of Hanzahiro. I kind of spoiled a little bit of the Boom Pro stuff that I'm currently working on. Not all of it, because we have to go over schedules and whatnot. But yeah, good wrap up for the 400-day WaniKani. I told myself that I would keep it under 3 hours, and it turned out 5 hours. Fairly reasonable. Fairly common thing. I did write a lot less. Usually we'd be on like 4 or 5 pages of stuff, so I could have written these not on the same thing. It would, I would like do 1 in one, and then do 2 in another, and then do 3 in another to make it like a little less messy. But yeah, it's okay. It's definitely a place of improvement. I need to keep on working on that, and I get to do this again to emphasize. I do this for the beginning of every single project, yearly, monthly, solicit it, and then I do this at the end of every monthly project as a conclusion, solicit it as a conclusion. And then for long projects, the yearly ones, I do these things, tentative takes, because they take longer than a year or even multiple years, as a progress report, because I already talked about why it's great to output and create and instruct and build in the process of doing something for a very long time. It creates input from output, your feedback for competency. And then maybe we'll do a concluding long-term project, but I haven't actually concluded any long-term project yet. Oh, actually, I did for Duolingo Chinese course, but that's no longer valid because now the Duolingo Chinese course is double its length, so we're gonna go back at some point. Yeah. So technically the only projects that I ever concluded are legacy projects that deal with video games, and the longest one would be the 6 month long Like a Dragon series, and that is our next thing. That's literally the next thing. So the next time I'm going to be in front of this like canvas doing opening opinions is for Kiwami 3 Dark Tides in 2 days. Well, technically today is tomorrow, so in another 2.5 days. Or actually, I take it back. Less than 2 days. Less than 2 days, we're gonna do this all over again. It's gonna be like an hour to 2 hour introduction, opening opinions to Kiwami 3 before we start to play Kiwami 3. I don't know how I'm gonna negotiate the workload, but we'll figure that out along the way. Alright, folks. That is a wrap for the 400-day WaniKani tentative takes. We'll try other ways to present it in a week from now for Hanzahiro's 400-day tentative takes. As always, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? As always, feel free to follow along if you dare. I suppose that's not a challenge. Definitely watch responsibly, pick something out, go do it, right? So you're more than free to come on by, give WaniKani a try, come on by, yap, discuss, talk about things. I have no reservations of repeating any part of this thing because I talk about parts of these things nearly every single time someone works up the courage or self-select themselves into asking a question or greeting me or something. I can talk about all these on command. There's no script. All of this stuff is off the script. I live and breathe this stuff. So at any point, I break out a pen and we start scribbling along. This is a little bit more organized because I have no anticipation of having to talk to people. Right? It's a summation of the stuff that I've been working on for the last 400 days. This is what 400 days sort of looks like in my head to a great extent. So you're more than welcome to share your machinations and yeah, always welcome. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Right, thanks for watching, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.